Shout out to Nakamaya for being in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to every brother that was in the building. You know, Sicarii, UPK, that was in the building to truly feel something monumental, something momentous through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua, real brotherhood, love between camps and things of that nature. That was an epic moment, you know, and you know, we really, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua, feel as if we raised the bar for Israel. Now camps, we want to see camps sitting down and talking. You know, we want to see brothers showing each other love. You ain't got to do a unity camp. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that. But brothers can show each other love, and we went out of our way to show that, you know, through the spirit of the Most High.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We're gonna say 2023 is the new 1992. That's what we pushing.
You see? All right, and beyond, man, and beyond. So all praise. If you haven't seen it, it's right here on the channel. Go watch it in 4K, you know. Go take a look, man. We got a little bit of the before, a little bit of the after footage where, you know, me and Captain Tazaryach was talking, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he gonna let you gotta let him back in. You know, so it was powerful, man. It was powerful. I thoroughly enjoyed that, man. And I hope all y'all out there in Israel did as well. Hope y'all did as well. After that sit down, our brother Captain Tazaryach had a debate with Vocab Malone. And the debate, I believe, was, is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? Quite the debate happened over on Brother Garfield's channel. We will be watching, listening, reviewing, reacting to that tonight. Our brother did a great job, like we knew he would, through the spirit of the Most High, of course. You know, we want to take a look at some of the points that were made. You know, Vocab, he did come with a couple new points or points and perspectives or a premise in which I wasn't all the way familiar with. That was interesting. I would say flawed nonetheless, right? So I want to take a look and analyze, dissect some of the stuff that happened in that debate. Also, somebody says you need Zeets, man. I would get on Etsy or I would get on Instagram. You got Zeets by B. You got Zeets by Q. You got Hebrew Israelite Clothing Co., just to name a few, who are, you know, Zeets, fringes, etc. They do all of that. So I would recommend all of those, and I believe the links to them will be in the description. But we have a couple other things to talk about as well. We have reparations talk over in the United Kingdom. You know, sometimes people be so focused on America, you don't realize your people are scattered all over this world. And the United Kingdom is a principal violator of our people in history, and the principal people who enslaved, raped, robbed, and murdered and colonized the earth, right? The United Kingdom, the British crown, if you will. So there's talk about that. I definitely want to analyze and address that tonight. But as well also, there is a looming, impending government shutdown going to happen in America. That's what it's looking like, at least. Now, yeah, there you go, Don.
I mean, booms. That's why I believe you call it the baby boomers. Then
the moment they crack that gate for you and let you a virus through the spirit of the Most High, has arguments. Even the you read it, if you applied yourself to it, you would know it. The problem is our people are not doing that.
Even so, like, look at our, like, even in terms of the law in regards to our agriculture, we're not supposed to chop down certain parts of a vineyard or a tree so that the poor and the homeless can eat of the food that comes from that tree or that vineyard. So even that, just to show you, if you live in a righteous society, you're not going to go hungry, because one, we're going to love you like we love ourselves, even if you're a stranger. But two, even if it's 4 in the morning, you got nowhere to go and you're hungry, You're gonna be able to go to a damn tree or a vineyard and be able to go eat some food.
Literally. So, that's my thing for all my people who, if you're worried about that government down, it's very simple. Keep the commandments of the Most High. Keep the commandments of the Most High. Right? In all things. Keep the commandments and having the faith. I'm telling you, it's going to get you through. Right? If nothing else will, that is going to get you through. Right? Thus saith the Lord. So now, I want to get on this debate. Again, Captain Tazaryach debated Vocab alone on if Joseph was Jesus' biological father according to prophecy.
So that's an interesting twist. I mean, according to prophecy, not that if he's the biological father in actuality, but according to prophecy. All right.
Such a perfect and genius topic, right?
It wasn't a genius. That was to like tip the scale. The prophecy could get more into interpretations, but if you go with, is he actually the biological father, it's more straightforward. But it's genius if you are believing that he is a biological father. This is a way to tip the scales towards you.
The right topic.
I'll be literally right back.
Yes, sir. This was the right topic.
I bet it was.
Because it really became impossible for Vocab Malone to win.
That's a lie.
It's impossible for him to win based off that topic. So it was a great choice of topic, right?
So you heard he said that. He said Captain had tried to pick a topic where it was impossible for Vocab to win. So that's interesting. You're supposed to pick a topic where it's like fair or you believe you're just right. And when I said tip the scale, that's exactly what it was. Say it one more time.
It's impossible for him to win because it really became impossible for Vocab Malone to win. It's impossible for him to win based off that topic. So it was a great choice of topic, right? And big up Brother Garfield and big up to Christian Corey on the moderation, of course.
Yeah, so now I'm just interested to see how it's impossible for Vocab Malone. I'm just waiting patiently for this impossibility to prove that Joseph is the biological father through prophecy. Please. I'm sorry, if what is the topic? I guess that's Captain, or what is the debate? They twist it up so much. Okay, is Joseph okay, cool. I said it right. Is he the biological father of Jesus based on prophecy? Joseph. By that title, I would say it was impossible for Captain to win that. So he actually tipped the scale towards Vocab away from himself. This was a heavy burden here. This is so, if that's right, if that's the title, let me just be sure of the title, because now I see it might be impossible for Captain to win this debate. Let me just make sure. Captain, there we go. Let's see this actual title, because the title, okay, is Joseph the biological father of Jesus based on prophecy? Oh, yeah, so Gorilla, you got this wrong. So that means that we got to see Joseph name in the prophecies of the birth of Christ or the coming of Jesus. So this is Captain's job. So the burden is on Captain. Captain got to show that through prophecies that Joseph will be the biological father of Jesus. Let's see. So he has to prove that. If he does not prove that, he lost. So he lost. So let's just keep that in mind. Captain got to prove that Joseph is the biological father of Jesus based on prophecy. If he does not do that, he lost. If he does that, he wins. That's a real simple debate here. And that was a good topic because it makes it black and white. He's either right or he either can do it, he either can show it or he can't. If he can show it, he wins. If he can't show it, he loses. Real simple. So let's go.
Okay, so do you see my screen? Now there's one thing. So the only question I got is that, do I have to?
Yes, I.
Okay, so I do.
Able to see that, and other than that,
appreciate it. The topic of this battle is Joseph the biological father of Jesus Christ, based on prophecy, which is the most important part, because once we establish how this was supposed to be laid out, if we change it to a woman being pregnant without a man, we have to show how the prophecy changed and where was the new prophecy given. Remember, this is about prophecy, biological definition, relating to biology or living organisms of a member of person's family genetically related.
I just don't understand, bro. We're talking about prophecy. Okay? So just show us the prophecies that show that Joseph will be the biological father of Jesus.
Or related by blood, the rights of the biological father. So now we establish what biological means, which can only be attributed to Joseph. When I go to the next slide, we're going to start where the prophecy begins. 2 Samuel 7:12, it says, when our days be fulfilled.
All right, let me just share the verses on my screen, because they're doing a recap of a recap. Well, they're doing a recap of the debate. I'm doing a recap of a recap, so you can't really see what's being read. All right, so 2 Samuel. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to go to verse 12. So let me just back it up for you, and I can read along.
That prophecy begins, attributed to Joseph. When I go to the next slide, we're going to start where the prophecy begins. 2 Samuel 7:12, it says, when our days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers and set up seed after thee.
But hold on, let me just get the other verses ready. So I believe I know where he's going next. So let me get the other verses together, so I just could show them back to back, so we won't skip a beat. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get there. Shit. So Captain's reading this. Okay. Let me just get that. All right. So let me press play. We're here.
It says, when I go to the next slide, we're going to start where the prophecy begins. 2 Samuel 7:12, it says, when our days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers and set up seed after thee. Excuse me, I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels and establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name. I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father. He will be my son. This is the Lord telling David how his seed will be the one that will establish his throne forever, which is what verse 16 says. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever before thee. If I echo Romans 1:3, it says, concerning his son, Jesus Christ, Yahushua Mashiach, was made of the seed.
Wait, hold on. That's what I mean. We're jumping. Okay, so now he's at Romans 1:3.
Of thy throne shall be established forever before thee. If I echo Romans 1:3, it says, concerning his son, Jesus Christ, Yahushua Mashiach, was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That word seed is sperma. And now when we go to Acts 2:29, it says, men and brethren, let me freely speak.
All right. So he said that word seed is sperma, and he left it there so you can go on your wild imaginations. All right. So what does sperma mean, though? You know, you need to go into what sperma means. And in the Bible, sperma is known as a descendant. Okay. The sperma, it sounds like our English word sperm, but in Greek, it has an entire definition, different definition. Let me just show you. Okay. That was real disingenuous. He said that word seed is sperm, and he left it right there. He didn't really expound on, oh, you know what? Let me go here instead. So I just want to show you that that could have been a misleading tactic right there. Throw it out there, sperma, without any context. Okay, so let's go to translated Bibles of that verse, Romans 1:3. Okay, so as you can see, this has nothing to do with the seminal fluid of a man. When it says seed, is actually talking about descendants of David, people born into King David's family line. So we got descendants. This is the word he calls sperma. This is family line, descendants, descendant. We got it right here, the seed of David. So this is having come of the family line of David, or having coming descendants of David. So the word seed is just synonymous with, in the Greek, synonymous with descendant, family line, or sometimes, so that's plural people, or it could be sometimes a singular person. So born seed of David. So seed of David don't really tell us much, but when you look into the other translations, descendant. So this seed is sperma in Greek, but sperma isn't your DNA in Greek. What they meant by sperma was a group of people, descendants of people, right? Or a person. So, okay, so he threw it out there, left it to your imagination.
And his son, Jesus Christ, Yahweh Shah Mashiach, was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That word.
So Captain's argument was built on a premise that seed is sperm, it appears, but then he'll later agree with Vocab that seed is a descendant. So this is interesting. So he will agree that is descendant. We see descendant, but he won't be able to prove that in context of any Bible verse that seed is, I think outside of one, that with a compilation of seed, that's the only time seed is actually sperm, but it's normally representing a son, one person, daughter, and or multitude of people. So let's go.
Seed is sperma. And now when we go to Acts 2:29, it says, men and brethren, let me
get there first. Okay, so he feels like he's putting something together. So let's go to Acts. Let's follow Cap 2:29. Okay, so the top one is where he's reading from, but the other ones are just translations of that. All right, so let's read along with Captain. Make sure he ain't capping.
Me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet, prophecy, and knowing that God.
Slow down, Cap. Slow down. Let us catch. Okay, here we are. We're at 2:30 now. Just want to read along with you. Okay. All right.
Therefore, being a prophet and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet, prophecy, and knowing that God has sworn an oath to him, God swore it, that the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. Anything less, Christ is not the Christ.
Just you know, Brother Captain Tazaryach is dropping bombs on him.
So I'm gonna let Don't forget, this is a Guerrilla Hebrew or Sicarii recap of the debate. So I'm gonna let them give their commentary first, then I'm gonna come behind them. Right? That's how we're gonna do it.
Out the door. And again, the important part to definitely remember about this debate is the key word of prophecy. The key word of prophecy. He is going and showing in the prophecies what has to happen, right? Vocab and a lot of his Christian cohorts have this term that they've invented that excuses very horrid biblical interpretations they have to substantiate their positions, and it's called New Testament lens or New Covenant lens. And basically that means that a scripture can be as plain as day, but now because of Christianity, they can repackage it in any atrocious way that they want to, any way that is entirely defiant of logic that they want to, in order to back their presuppositions. Right? And
Just real quick, when Captain read up the prophecies, right, isn't he supposed to be proving that the prophecies are linked to Joseph as being a biological father? So I'm hoping that he ties it together, because he just read off prophecies, but he didn't read Joseph as the fulfillment. So I'll let the commentary continue from Guerrilla Hebrew, and I will keep playing to see if somehow Captain ties in Joseph to those prophecies. So far I'm not following.
it's horrible. And we go see more of it. Let's keep going.
That is the criteria that was laid out to King David, and this is echoed in the New Testament in Acts, the 2nd chapter. So now let's see. We go to the next slide. John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets.
All right. Yeah, I got some background noise.
Saith unto him, John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph.
That's a bomb. Debate over. What you gonna say it?
This debate is over.
Really? Against who? Whom? You got a lot to go there, buddy.
This debate is over. It's over. The son of Joseph. It say it right there. And the prophecy say it. Right? Wait till y'all hear Vocab's argument.
No, the prophecy did not say Joseph. The prophecy said exactly what he read. Okay, so the prophecy said concerning his son. So we know his son is talking about God. This ain't talking about, nobody would say this is talking about Joseph. So we're not talking about Joseph's son. So he read Romans 1:3 concerning God's son, Jesus. So we got God's son, Jesus, Christ, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. So God's son, Jesus, was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. Where's Joseph here? And then here, this is 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. It says, and when thy days be fulfilled, this is God talking to King David, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, the seed after King David, which shall proceed out of thy bowels. This is coming out of David's bowels. Like, how many kids do David got? We know about 7 or 8. And Solomon and the other guys are one of them. I don't recall Joseph being one of the sons of David. And I'm talking about the biological sons, because remember, he read the definition of biology. So which was proceed out, or biological, which shall proceed of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. Where do we read Joseph there? So we definitely read Joseph here. But we didn't read it here. We didn't read it here. And we damn sure didn't read it here. No, Acts 2:30. So I'm a little bit confused there.
argument.
That even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18.
That's you're adding there.
This debate is over. It's over. The son of Joseph. It said right there. And the prophecy said.
Don't worry, we're gonna read up to that verse. We're gonna read up to that verse. We're gonna see what's going on there.
Right? Wait till y'all hear Vocab's argument.
That even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18:18, it says, I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren.
All right. So you know what? Maybe I gotta deal with this one by one so it don't get out of hand. All right, so let's deal with this one first. Okay, so why is Philip saying that Jesus is the son of Joseph? The son of Joseph in what sense? All right, so the first problem with the guys who are recapping this and recap and then the real cap. So everybody capping. You got a recap, you got a cap Tazaryach, and they all capping. Recap, cap, capping. All right, so first of all, the question is, because somebody is called the mother, are they the mother biologically? And because somebody is called the father, are they the father biologically? Okay, because this term son, father is thrown around, daughter, mother is thrown on a lot in the Bible, and it's not always biological. Okay, so I'll touch on. Okay, so I'll touch on a few examples of that. But first, let's see why people are confusing Joseph, or even saying Joseph is the son of, is the father of Jesus. All right, so let's go to Luke. So this can make a little sense to you. Yeah, you can't run that on me. All right. Okay. So this is Luke chapter 3. This is 23. And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being as was supposed. So as was supposed is a phrase in the Bible which means an incorrect thought. So people are supposing Jesus to be what? The son of Joseph. So when you read this right here, Philip also is supposing that Jesus is the son of Joseph. So Luke tells you, the writer tells you that these guys suppose Jesus as being the son of Joseph. All right. So this is why the Philips of the world would say Jesus, the son of Joseph. Let me go further. Okay, so let me go further. So let's read up to this. So 34. And I saw and bear record of this is the son of God. Hold on. Okay. Read up to this. So John said, and I saw and bear record. Matter of fact, let's go up a little more. This is John chapter 1. So let's address this, the son of Joseph, by the people around. Matter of fact, I even got to go before this. So let's go here. It's important to go here first. So Luke, chapter 1, verse 26. This is very important. And in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God into a city of Galilee named Nazareth to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. Okay. So what did the angel tell Mary? He told her, and the angel said unto her, fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son. So Mary, you're going to bring forth a son, you, single mom Mary, and you shall call his name Jesus. Okay, so the angel is talking to Mary. The secret, nobody's around. There's no Philip. There's no witnesses. The angel is talking to Mary alone in secrecy. He shall be great. He shall be called. And by the way, as I pointed out earlier, Jesus in all caps, just like you'll see God. God name will always be in all caps. They're the only 2 people in the Bible with names in all caps. Side note. Okay, so your son shall be great. He shall be called the Son of the Highest. Okay, so this is a prophecy, right? So this prophecy gives God, it lists or named God as the father of Jesus. We don't ever read Joseph in the prophecies. Somehow Cat said they won, they lost, because this says who the son is. He's the Son of God. And we read that over here concerning his son. Okay, this is the fulfillment of a prophecy. So we got the fulfillment that Jesus is the Son of God, and we got the prophecy that he will be the Son of God. And the Lord God shall give him until the throne of his father David. Okay, so I just want to point out that this is only dealing with the angel Gabriel and Mary. He's telling her what's going to happen. Okay, now that was in secret. Nobody's around. Okay, let's go to Matthew chapter 1. Let's go to verse 18. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Okay, then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto Joseph in a dream. Did this angel appear to Philip in a dream? This angel appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That's not Joseph. Okay. And she shall bring forth a son. She. Why is that important? Let's go back to Luke. Okay. What did the angel tell Zacharias? So the angel told Zacharias, and again, the angel is coming to these people, they're by themselves. This is in secret. So there's no way Philip would know this. But the angel said unto Zacharias, fear not, for thy prayer is heard, and thy wife shall bear who? A son. Your wife Elizabeth shall bear Zacharias you a son. So the angel is talking to Zacharias and is telling him of their miracle birth. And it said, your wife, in spite of her being barren and stricken in old age, your wife, this language is irrefutable. Your wife shall bear you a son. So when the angel is talking to Zacharias, he's put on game that he's the father, no question. She shall bear you a son, Zacharias. But look how the angel talks to Joseph. And she, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Not you, my boy, of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son. It didn't say she shall bear you a son like it told Zacharias. it said, your wife shall bear you a son, Zechariah. But Joseph, your wife shall bring forth a son. A son. Okay, so let's go even further. So clearly, Zacharias was told that his wife is going to bring forth him a son, and Joseph was told his wife shall bring forth a son. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now, check this out. This is after the birth of Jesus. Okay. So this is the next chapter. This is Matthew chapter 2. Okay. Verse 9. Matter of fact, let me go to verse 8. No, you know what? Let's get more context. Let's just read it. Okay. So well, let's just read what we're talking about. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod, the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. So we're talking about the birth of Jesus. Okay, so keep that in mind. So let's move up. Verse 7. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Verse 8. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again. So bring me word again. Okay. That I may come and worship him also. Okay, let's move forward. Verse 11. And when they were coming to the house, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother. Okay, so we got that. And fell down and worshiped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. All right. Now, give me a second. Yeah. Okay, so I'm reaching the part. Verse 12 is important. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so verse 19 is the key one. So I just want to read up to let you know what's going on. It's the birth of Jesus Christ, King Herod searching for him, and okay, cool. Verse 19. This is what Captain did not do. Give you context. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, to Joseph again. Joseph is just there, right? Is Philip there? Is any witness there? Saying, arise. This is the key verse. This one debate is over. Saying, arise and take the young child and his mother. Joseph, take Joseph and take not your young child, take the young child and his mother. Joseph, take the young child and his mother. The angel does not acknowledge Joseph as the father. Okay. Philip might suppose Joseph is the father, but the angels, the writers of the Gospels, they don't confuse Joseph as the father. So Joseph, arise and take the young child and his mother and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and he took the young child and his mother. It doesn't say he took his young child, his son. Here, this is the author writing now. Matthews, and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. Okay, so again, the question is, when you read the son of Joseph in regards to Jesus, in what sense is Jesus the son of Joseph? Okay, and that's what Vocab Malone was trying to explain. That went over their head. So now I gave a little background about this son thing. Oh, let me finish reading John. All right, first. Okay, there you go. So when the angel never regarded Joseph as the father. When Christ was born, take the young child and his mother, and even during the prophecy, Zacharias was told that Elizabeth shall bear him a son. Joseph was told that the child will be Mary's son. And that language never changed from the angel to Joseph, as we can see. All right. So now let's go here now. So now we can move forward. Okay. So he came into his own, and his own received him not. Talking about Jesus. But as many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh. So these guys are not born of the will of flesh, nor of the will of God. I'm sorry, nor of the will of man, but of God. So these sons of God are not born of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the word was made flesh. How you made flesh? The word was made. That means it existed and it was made flesh. This is what Romans 1:3 is referring to. And the word dwelt among us, and beheld his glory, the glory of the only begotten Father. Again, we don't see Joseph here. We keep reading God, Father. And we're talking about from the writers, not witnesses who were not there when the angel spoke to Elizabeth, to Joseph, and when the angel spoke to Mary. Philip was not there, neither was anybody else. Okay, so it was a secret. So of course, if they're espoused to be married and she's pregnant, it's naturally to people to suppose that this is the father. All right, they were not there when the angels gave the drop. Okay. No man have seen God at any time, the only begotten son, which is in the bosom of the Father. So we keep reading that over and over. But let's get to 45. So he said, this is John the Baptist. He said, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. Oh, wait, it's important to see why he's even saying that. Okay, so and this verse 19, and this is the record of John when the Jews sent priests. This is called reading in context. Sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, who art thou? Who are you, John? And he confessed and denied not, but confessed, I am not the Christ. So they didn't even know who John was, you know? So there's a lot of confusion with the people. They think everybody's everybody. And they asked him, what then? Are you Elijah or Elias? And he said, I'm not. That's not me. And they said, are you that prophet? Nope. He said, then they asked him, who are you? That we may give an answer to them that sent us. What sayest thou of thyself? So people were trying to seek answers from who are these men. Okay, so he said, I am the one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. And they which were sent were the Pharisees. So the Pharisee was trying to identify who is who, so they could try to stop the prophecy and the prophecies. And they asked him and said unto him, why baptizest thou then, if thou be not that Christ, nor Elijah, nor that prophet? Okay, so they're not sure who is who. John answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom you know not. Okay, so let's go to 29. The next day, John seeth Jesus coming unto him. So we're going to read up to 45. The next day, John seeth Jesus coming unto him and said, Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, after me cometh a man which is preferred before me. For he was before me, and I knew him not, like everybody else, but that he should be made manifest to Israel. Therefore am I come baptizing with water. So he must be made manifest to Israel. And John bare record, saying, I saw the Spirit descending from heaven like a dove, and it abode upon him. And I knew him not, but that he sent me to baptize with water. The same as said unto him, upon whom, okay, so he just going on. And verse 34 is important. And I saw and bear record that this is the son of God. All right, so this is John the Baptist that know exactly who Jesus is. He's not confused like Philip. He said, and I saw and bear record that this is the Son of God. He's not supposing. Okay. And looking upon Jesus as he walked, he said, Behold, no. So behold, the Lamb of God. Okay. And now we're 8 verses away, or 9. And the 2 disciples heard him speak, and they followed Jesus. Then Jesus turned and saw them following, and said unto them, What seek ye? They said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted, Master, where dwellest thou? He said unto them, Come and see. They came and saw where he dwelt, and abode with him that day, for it was about the 10th hour. One of the 2 which heard John speak and followed him was Andrew, Simon Peter's brother. He first found his own brother Simon and said unto him, We have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted the Christ. And he brought him to Jesus. And when Jesus beheld him, he said, Thou art Simon, the son of Jonah. Thou shalt be called Cephas, which is by interpretation a stone. The day following, Jesus will go forth into Galilee and findeth Philip and said unto him, Follow me. So Jesus, got some context here, Jesus found Philip and said, Come follow me. Now Philip was of Bethsaida, the city of Andrew and Peter. Philip findeth Nathanael and said unto him, We have found him, of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. Okay. And Nathanael said unto him, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip said to him, Come and see. Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him and said of him, Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Hey. Okay, watch this. Nathanael said unto him, Whence knowest thou me? So Nathanael like, Hey, how you know me? That's what our question would be. Who are you? And Jesus answered and said unto him, Before that Philip called thee, when thou was under the tree, the fig tree, I saw thee. So, okay, so Philip was confused who Jesus was. He said, You're the son of Joseph, right? John said the son of God. And now Jesus revealed, not to Philip, Jesus revealed to Nathanael who he was. Because he said, Yo, I seen you under that tree. And Philip, like, how? You was nowhere in sight. Okay. Nathanael answered and said to him, Rabbi, thou art. So now that he see these miraculous powers in the Christ, he was born of a miracle, performed miracles, and died in a miraculous way. So once Jesus Christ let him know that he's miraculous, he said, Oh my God, you are the Son of God. Okay, so when people actually understand who Jesus really is, not supposing, they always conclude he's the Son of God, not the son of Joseph. All right, so Kat, your turn.
Not a prophet from a woman pregnant without a brother, without a man. Like unto thee, I will put my words in his mouth. Luke 4:22. And all bear witness and wonder that the gracious words proceeded out his mouth. And they.
So Kat just read a whole bunch of verses. He's not giving any commentary, just reading verses. And then he's going to, I guess, give a commentary. But bro, you should explain what these verses mean as you read them, like I just did.
He said, is not this Joseph's son? If Vocab presents anything where Joseph is not the actual
Okay,
son,
hold on. Let's go back. What is he reading at this point?
that even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18:18, it says, I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren, not a prophet from a woman pregnant without a brother, without a man. Like unto thee, I will put my words in his mouth. Luke 4:22, and all bear witness and wonder that the gracious words proceeded out of his mouth, and they said, is not this Joseph's son? If Vocab presents anything where Joseph is not the
All right, so he keep reading stuff and stopping it. So he said Luke 4:22. I mean, I'm going to be able to show people being called sons and daughters and fathers and mothers, and they're not biologically related as the father, mother, son, and daughter. All right, so we're at Luke. He said 4:22. Okay. So now he keep reading the verse and he's deceiving y'all. All right. And all bear witness of him and wonder at his gracious words, which is proceeded out of his mouth. And they said, this is not Joseph's son. So they're saying in doubt. Why are they saying that? Why are they like confused? Like, yo, because this is a question mark here. Like, yo, is this Joseph's son? All right, Cat, keep reading. And he said unto them, ye will surely say unto me this proverb, physician, heal thyself. Whatsoever we have heard done in Capernaum, do also he here in the country. And he said, verily I say unto you, no prophet is accepted in his own country. So Christ is saying, you don't know who I am. Like, prophets are not accepted. They're not appreciated. They're not valued in their own country. So you keep demoting me as a Joseph's son. But if you knew who I was, you would say what John the Baptist said and what Nathaniel said. You would call me the Son of God. Okay. So this statement was to show that they did not know who he was, because they wouldn't have called him the son of Joseph. This theme is going to keep being played out.
actual son, then what he's saying is that God, the angels, Mary, and Joseph created a conspiracy lie for.
But now I want him to, maybe I got to go back, but he never tied in 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. He never in Acts 2:30 and Romans 1:3, he never showed you Joseph in those verses. We read seed of David, we read other things, but we didn't read, we read prophecies of David's son come out of his bowels, but we never read Joseph name in any of those prophecies. So don't forget, whether you agree what I'm pulling out as evidence or not, the case is on Captain. He got to show you that Jesus, through prophecy, is the biological son of Joseph. And all we read was through prophecy. So even the people who saying, yo, ain't this just Joseph's son? That ain't prophecy. That's somebody supposing. That ain't prophecy. You got to show us through the prophecy. And he has not done that yet.
Joseph to be the spiritual or stepdaddy, and God doesn't lie. John 6:42, and they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Everybody knew that this was.
All right, so there we go. So this is where he chopped his foot off and his neck. He said John 6:42. So this is wrong with people who read the Bible and mess up. He's just reading son of Joseph. He's not reading more or afterwards. So watch this. My God, this guy's just making mistakes over and over. So one more time, Cap. Say it one more time.
Or stepdaddy, and God doesn't lie. John 6:42, and they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Everybody knew that this was the son of Joseph.
So let's see if they knew that or they were supposing. This guy's terrible. Okay. So this is John chapter 6. He read 42. So we're going to read up to 42. All right. Okay. So let's look at 24. When the people therefore saw that Jesus was not there, neither his disciples, they also took shipping and came to Capernaum, seeking for Jesus. When they had found him on the other side of the sea, they said unto him, Rabbi, when camest thou hither? Jesus answered them and said, Verily, verily, I say unto you, ye seek me not because ye saw my miracles, but because ye did eat of the loaves and were filled. So the miracles have not proved to them that he was who he was, this divine prophetic figure to save the world. They didn't, the miracles meant nothing to them. They just wanted to eat. We'll follow you, not because you're the Christ, but the miracle. We're following you because we want to fill our bellies. Okay. So let's go, let's keep reading. Labor not for the meat which perish, but for that meat which endureth unto everlasting life, which the Son of Man shall give unto you. For him hath God the Father sealed. Then said they unto him, What shall we do that we might work the works of God? Jesus answered and said unto them, This is the work of God, that ye may believe on him which whom he hath sent. You got to believe on the person he has sent, which they are not doing. They said therefore unto him, What sign showest thou then, that we may see and believe thee? What does thou work? So now he's been showing miracles all day long, and they still want to see another miracle. But Jesus Christ said here, I've been showing you miracles, but you ignore them. You just want to get fed. So check this out. This is where Cap's gonna be in trouble. Our fathers did eat manna. And so now keep in mind, what sign? So these are the people who are calling Jesus the son of Joseph. What sign showest thou then? So they don't believe who he is. The people who says he's the son of Joseph, they don't believe he's the Christ. What sign showest thou then, that we may see and believe you? We don't believe you're the Christ. We just think you're the son of Joseph, because the son of Joseph can't be the Christ. So as long as you're the biological son of Joseph, you're not the Christ. That's exactly how they're coming at. You're the son of Joseph. And if that's true, you're not the Christ. So what sign can you show us to make us hop off the son of Joseph bandwagon, like Nathaniel and like John the Baptist, and start calling you the son of God? Our fathers, so they go to disbelieving Jews, our fathers did eat manna in the desert, as it is written, he gave them bread from heaven to eat. Then Jesus said unto them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, Moses gave you not that bread from heaven, but my Father, this is Joseph, this is Jesus Christ talking. He said, but my Father give you the true bread from heaven. So my Father, my Father, my Father, my Father, never Joseph, give you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God, so he's telling you who this bread is from, God, my Father, is he which cometh down from heaven and giveth life unto the world. Then said they unto him, Lord, evermore give us this bread. And Jesus said unto them, I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. But I say unto you, that ye also have seen me, and you believe not. You seeing who I am, the Son of God, the Messiah, the Christ, and you don't believe me. You instead believe that I'm the son of Joseph. All that the Father giveth me shall come to me, and him that cometh to me will I in no wise cast out. But you got to come to me. For I came down from heaven. So look what he's saying. He's telling them, I didn't come out, I didn't come from Joseph loins. I came down from heaven. He's telling them I'm a heavenly being. I didn't come down from heaven to do my own will, but the will of him that sent me. And this is the Father's will that has sent me, that all of which he hath given me, I should lose nothing, but should raise it up again at the last day. And this is the will of him that sent me, that everyone which seeth the Son and believeth in him, the Son. Now, which son is he talking about? Is Jesus Christ saying the son of Joseph or the son of God at this point? He's saying the son of God. And believeth on the Son of God, not the son of Joseph, may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day. Then the Jews murmured at him. Listen what they're doing, Captain. You got to read the context, my boy. The Jews then murmured at Jesus because he said, I am the bread which came down from heaven. Murmur mean they were talking under their breath badly about Christ's claim that he came down from heaven. They don't believe he came down from heaven. They believe he came from Joseph's loins, like Captain. Okay, so listen. And for Jesus Christ to be the biological son of Joseph, according to these Jews, then he cannot be the son of God that came down from heaven. Look what they said. So the Jews murmured at him. Why did they murmur? Because he called himself the son of God. The Jews murmured at Jesus because he called himself the son of God. And they said, is this not this Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How can he say he came down from heaven? You see? So you can't be the biological son of Joseph and be the Messiah at the same time. This is the Jewish understanding. You can't be both. How are you coming down from heaven like you claim when we know your father and mother? This is the Jews talking. They supposed that Joseph is the biological father of Jesus because Mary's pregnant and Joseph is espoused to her. They're married, and they would not in on the secret like Joseph and Mary by the angel Gabriel. So you can only assume that Joseph was the biological father. That's how everything played up to that part. With any birth, there was always a man and woman who are biologically responsible for the child together. So this is the first time that it didn't happen that way. So now you see why they easily suppose this to be the ordinary case. So don't we know Jesus Christ's father and mother? So how is he going to say he came down from heaven? You have an earthly father and mother. There's no way you came down from heaven. Jesus therefore answered and said unto them, stop market close. Murmur not among yourselves. Okay. So they were disrespecting him, Captain. So, Cap, they were disrespecting the Messiah when they said that. They were not testifying of the actual facts. All right. So there's no way Cap won this one. He's losing on all sides. Let's go.
Why would anybody change it? Galatians 4:4. Stepdaddy, and God does to thee. Even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18:18, it says, I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren, not a prophet from a woman pregnant without a brother, without a man. Like unto thee, I will put my words in his mouth. Luke 4:22, and all bear witness and wonder that the gracious words proceeded out of his mouth. And they said, is not this Joseph's son? If Vocab presents anything where Joseph is not the actual son, then what he's saying is that God, the angels, Mary, and Joseph.
No, I just showed that those people were calling him the son of Joseph in contrast to him being the son of God. They were saying you cannot be both.
Created a conspiracy lie for Joseph to be the spiritual or stepdaddy, and God doesn't lie. John 6:42, and they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Everybody knew that this was the son of Joseph. Why would
everybody did not believe he was the son of God concluded that he was the son of Joseph? Everybody that believed he was the son of God never called him the son of Joseph. They all called him the son of God. Angels and
everybody change it. Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of the time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. That's also important.
Yeah, that's interesting because again, we're looking at it, but when we're talking about the fullness of the prophecy, when the time was come that the prophecy be fulfilled, God sent forth his son. So we got God and the son. Then we got this, which is very interesting, made of a woman. Yo, that made is interesting. We got made of a woman. We got made of the seed. So if you're made of the seed and you're also made of a woman, is this being fulfilled right here? So this is Genesis chapter 3. This is dealing with Adam and Eve in the garden who ate the forbidden fruit. And God said, in this verse 15, God said, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, the serpent and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. Okay, so they're going to put enmity between the serpent seed and Eve's seed, Eve's seed, Eve's seed. Okay, then we read, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made of the woman's seed, made of her seed. Okay, then we look over here and it says Christ, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, which was made of the seed. We got made of woman and made of seed over and over and over. Never do we ever read made of David. I'm sorry, never do we read made of Joseph. So then we got actually the word here that says made of the woman's seed, her seed. So we got her seed, then we got seed, is the same seed as her seed, which is made of her seed of David. And then we got by herself, made of a woman. And I read earlier that the angel told Joseph to take her son, her seed, take the young child and her son. The angel told Zacharias that Elizabeth will bear you a son. But the angel told Joseph in a dream that Mary will bring forth her own son. So all the prophecies, none of them tie Joseph to Jesus, but they definitely tie made of a woman. God sent forth his son, made of a woman. Okay, that's a fulfillment. Then we got a prophecy, her seed, the woman's seed, her seed, her seed, her seed. And then we got made of a woman. Her seed and then made of a woman. So, Kat, you're doing a horrible job of showing any prophecy stating Joseph as a father. I'm still waiting for the prophecy. So you guys, don't forget the title. The title is, can Captain prove that Jesus is the biological son of Joseph through prophecy? All the prophecies, none of them said that so far. Okay? Go ahead, Kat.
Because being made of a woman is not something that's special to Christ. We're all made of a woman. Matthew 11:11, verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women.
Yeah, but you actually, I mean, what is that your explanation of that? This clearly shows the nuclear family right here. It shows the Father, God. It shows the Son, Jesus. It shows the woman, Mary. And they're made under the law of God. So, Kat, you are doing a bad job of explaining Galatians 4:4 away. We got the Father, the Son, Jesus, the Father God, the Son Jesus, and the Mother Mary. It said that he's made of his woman, his mother. He's made of the woman, which is his mother. We don't got made of a man here. That was a perfect time to insert made of a man. Kat, you could try to explain that away. That ain't going anywhere.
They have not risen a greater than John the Baptist, notwithstanding he is least in the kingdom. If I was even go to Job, man that is born of woman is a few days and full of trouble. Why is that even important? Man carries the seed that he plants into the woman. But
I don't know. Okay, he's going somewhere else because again, we don't read that anywhere. We don't read man plant seed in a woman. This is Captain's understanding of the Bible. All right, this is personal. This is what he believes, but this is not factual. Okay, so that's a caution there.
men don't bring
1
forth,
minute left.
men don't bring forth a woman in that fashion. Excuse me, a child in that fashion. The woman gives birth and brings forth that woman.
What did he just say? That he's confused. This guy.
Full of trouble. Why is that even important? Man carries the seed that he plants into the woman.
We ain't read
But
that one
men
time.
don't bring
1
forth,
minute left.
men don't bring forth.
So it was interesting is that Captain would ask Vocab Malone chapter, book, and verse, but he does a lot of talking without the books and verses. All right. So earlier he read what he said. This time he just saying it. He can't read it. So Captain, you got to read this. Where are the verses to the man plant seed in the? You made that up.
A woman in that fashion. Excuse me, a child in that fashion.
So now he's confusing you. He's confusing me. And now he starts to confuse himself. Listen to what he's saying.
Bring forth a woman in that fashion. Excuse me, a child in that
That's one mistake. Watch this.
fashion. The woman gives birth and brings forth that woman.
The woman gives birth and bring forth that woman. What sense does that make? Like he just making up stuff on the fly. He confused you, he confused me, and he just confused himself. Woman gives birth to a woman. What are you talking about? And y'all say he won with this?
Don't bring forth a woman in that fashion. Excuse me, a child in that fashion. The woman gives birth and brings forth that woman.
What?
There's a lot, and I want y'all to just listen closely because there's a lot. There's so many problems with the Christian understanding of this. And Vocab kind of talks about a little bit of a unique standpoint on this, but there are so many flaws in this doctrine.
So I want to lay out this foundation. This is about everything according to biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changed.
Man, this is another trick that Captain does. Cap, just present your argument and rest and let Vocab do his thing and let the people decide. Captain, he is known for giving his argument freely. And then when it's your go to freely give your argument, he'll tell you what you gotta do. He'll try to hold you to his personal standard. And that's how he dupes to believe he won, because he's telling you what Vocab got to do when Vocab has already prepared his information, his evidence, his talking points. So if I do what I prepared to do, I lost because I didn't do what you want me to do. That's just dumb. It's like playing chess and I'm telling you to do your move. Okay, move your knight here. Thank you. Okay, move your pawn here. Of course I'm gonna win. Like, how are you gonna tell him what to do? Let him just go. But Cat does that in mostly all his debates. He try to tell you what you need to do.
Changes 2 Samuel 7:12.
Here we go.
You would have to establish that.
Wait.
So without prophecy,
Flaws in this doctrine.
so I want to lay out this foundation. This is about everything according to biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how
If he brings it up, he got to do this. Yeah, this guy's hilarious.
that changes 2 Samuel 7:12.
But why would Isaiah 7:14 changes 2 Samuel 7:12? You never even explained, like you just read a prophecy. Vocab don't even disagree with that. Like he got y'all believing that Vocab Malone disagrees with the prophecy coming from the book 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 12. See, like that's straw man. That's straw. Like Vocab doesn't disagree. Nobody that reads the Bible disagrees with that. No Old Testament Hebrew, nobody who accepts the Bible disagrees with that prophecy.
You would have to do biblical prophecy.
Hmm.
If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changes 2 Samuel 7:12. He would have to establish that. And so what I plan on demonstrating is
Why would Isaiah 7:14 change 2 Samuel 7:12? Like, he didn't do a good job explaining that. Vocab doesn't disagree with it.
especially in my 10-minute round in the Q&A, that the only way Christ can be the Christ is if he's the biological, physical son of Joseph.
And that's
It's funny. That's what the Antichrist believed. The murmuring Jews believe the same thing, but they were wrong.
a fact.
I yield.
Captains is sharing this. Will you be?
I'll start.
We got it up on the screen now, and once you start the time, we'll start. This will be your opening statement.
All right, appreciate that.
All right. So let me write this down in the chat, sucker. So 1 hour, 18 minutes. That's when Peace, Revolutionary Me. That's when Vocab's gonna respond. But I wanna hear all Captain talking points. So Vocab's response. I'm gonna play him later. Uninterrupted. So when Vocab go, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let him just speak, defend himself, represent himself, right? So Vocab's okay, so I put it in chat so I can remind myself to go back and look at that. All right, so I want to get to Captain arguments, because Captain said he got to show that Isaiah 7:14. What?
It's not Jesus, the son of Joseph.
And Vocab went on
Biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changes 2 Samuel 7:12.
He has to show how that changes. But what if he doesn't believe that changes, which he does not? Let me write that down. So Cap said, peace to the chat. Captain, yo, did y'all hear that? Captain said Vocab gotta show how Isaiah 7:14 changes 2 Samuel 7:12. That retarded. Peace. So that was a straw man. One more time.
7:14, he has biblical prophecy.
So now he's saying if he bring up 7:14 because he knows he's probably gonna do it, he's telling what he got to do as though he had a problem with those two passages. So I typed in the chat, I said Vocab doesn't agree or believe there's a conflict between the two passages. Nobody that reads the Bible does. Captain just gave him a straw man. And this is why people will say Captain won, because Captain is bringing up straw man arguments that Vocab never represented.
If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to.
If he brings up, yo, Vocab ain't saying, look, if Captain does this, he's gonna let you just do it and debunk it or respond to it.
Biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changes 2 Samuel 7:12.
That made absolutely, I just don't understand that. He just made, yo, if y'all think Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player, then you gotta show how that changes Kobe for getting 5 rings. Or you gotta show how that changes LeBron going to the finals so many times. Like, what? No, I accept both. I accept that, you know, if you believe Mike's the greatest, you can accept that at the same time accept Kobe got 5 rings or LeBron went to the finals so many times. Like, why is it one or the other? Right? Vocab Malone agrees with both. All right.
You would have to establish
And
that.
I'm gonna play Vocab response altogether by himself without my commentary. But let me first address some captain stuff.
Chapter 3, verse 15. It says,
Uh-huh.
notwithstanding, she, Eve,
All right,
Watched his heel though.
all right, hold on. So they're responding.
with these like little digs are
Incompatibility.
I want y'all to just listen closely because there's a lot of argument.
Even the prophets, next slide. John 1, according to the flesh, that word seed is sperma.
Okay.
Now,
Wow, I went back. I went back way too far. Okay. All right. So I want to see what Gorilla Noon's bringing up. What points?
They're concerned that Jesus won't be able to properly be identified. Posing their one says, this debate is a question Jesus asked them. You look at the history of this
That's
doctrine.
vocab talk.
Well,
it's like he's trying to be here's the word that he hip. He's trying to be hip. Like, It's cool to like take little jabs, but he's too white about it.
good. Here we go.
Teacher. That means his teachers now know
Yeah, I'm
that
telling
Mary
you, that
was a
straight
virgin.
goalpost move right there.
The thing you're going to see today is a case of what's called
I'm
philanthropism.
telling you, nobody who accepts the Bible, I don't care if you're an Old Testament only, you don't have a problem with Isaiah 7:14, and you don't have a problem with 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. You believe they both can exist.
Mere manism, and that's a Genesis 3 to seal is
So this right here, in for the record, we don't believe it's Jacob and Esau. We
Oh,
definitely
no,
believe
no,
it's
I
Jacob.
don't need to play this because they're responding to Malone. I'll play that all to itself. I want cats only.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says be saved by Jesus.
But
Eve, I guess.
Vocab does this. When I play vocab side of argument, I'm gonna let them comment on vocab's response.
The first woman.
So Romans 6 at all. Yeah, he's saying it was fulfilled. Okay.
in a more excellent way.
It didn't say anything about more excellent. Part of Israel clicked up with heathens to go being faint-hearted. He has not had sex, right?
Where'd that go?
And there are let's just say many people. Adam Clayton Powell in the book. That's good.
That's his son.
Man, is he gonna play cat? All right, you know what? I'll play cat. I don't know what they're doing, but let me play. They must know Captain did a bad job because they only played one. God damn, can you play Captain argument?
on prophecy, which is the most important part, because once
In fact, they developed a phrase. Well, I'm having trouble.
Well, I just shared it. The time is set, but it won't start until you start. Make sure y'all following Captain Tazaryach on all platforms as well as Vocab Malone. The screen is up, and the time will start when you start, Cap.
that was trash. That's what I want to first say. That was a waste of 5 minutes. This is not about the word virgin. This is about, is Jesus the son of Joseph according to biblical prophecy. But I knew he was going to go there, and we'll address the virgin in a second. I'll continue to show you prophecy. So I'm going to show here. I'm going to finish showing y'all who marrying him. So if I go to Luke 2, and you can start at 41 for time's sake.
Yeah, of course, no, not
This
time's
is
sake.
when Christ was
context.
stayed back at the temple during the Passover. His parents couldn't find him. And so in Luke 2 and 47, it says, and all that heard him was astonished at his understanding and his answers. And when they saw him, meaning his parents, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father, which is weird, because I thought she'd be talking about God, have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them, how is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? And when he said that, verse 50, he says, and they understood not the saying that he spake unto them, which is very interesting, because if an angel went to Mary and Joseph and say God made her pregnant, they would know exactly what his father's business was.
No, they would not know that. They would just know that God is the father of the son, Jesus. but nothing shows you that they knew Jesus. His own disciples didn't know what he was doing. Okay, so no, nothing said that that Christ's ministry was given to his parents to vet or to spell check. Come on, Cap, stop capping.
Because Joseph is not his father physically. But if Joseph is his father physically, then maybe they don't understand because Joseph was a carpenter. To understand and answer the question, Hebrews 12:9, it says, furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live? As you can see, I am staying on subject. I'm going to go into more scriptures.
All right, so now let's deal with that, okay? So now your captain, I'm telling you, man, it's sad that people do that. People will. That's why, like, a better debate is like the whole Egypt thing, because at least you know they're not going to purposely misread, articles or like stuff like that. Okay, that's a better argument that you should want to listen to. The whole Jonathan Owens and Unk and Sheffrin and Corey. That's a better. They're reading the same source. They agree what the information you're supposed to get out of it. They agree with the exegesis of the articles. Not like Cap. Cap is skipping down to what he wants to read that he believes is convincing. So let's read up to this. Okay. I'm not gonna go too far. Okay. Okay, so let's go to 40. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom, and the grace of God was upon him. Now his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover. And when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days, and as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem. And Joseph and his mother knew not of it. So Jesus Christ didn't want to go with them. All right. They were going to the Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. Okay. Christ is like, nah, y'all about y'all business. This parent stuff. Y'all try to do to me. I got a more role in life. Like, I got some other stuff to do. So he bounced because he has a business that they're not aware of. Now, according to Cat, if they were aware of Christ's business, then they would have been taking them to the temples. They wouldn't have been trying to go to the after party. Okay, so they didn't know he tarried behind, and why he tarried behind? This is indisputable. He tarried behind to go about his father's business. Now, what is his father's business? Okay, now watch this. Look at that word supposing. I told you, when they suppose in the Bible, is usually the incorrect thought. So when we go back and read Luke 3, okay? When we go and read Luke 3, verse 23, it says, and Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being as was supposed the Son of God. So people suppose, and in the Bible, that word suppose is usually an incorrect thought, incorrect perception. So watch this, confirmation. But they supposing him to have been in the company. So they suppose incorrect thought, incorrect perception. They suppose that Christ was still with them. Went a day's journey, and they sought him among their kinsfolk and acquaintances. And when they found him not, they turned back again to Jerusalem, seeking him. Okay, now watch this. So they already suppose. So remember, that word suppose means that you're most likely wrong in your thoughts. So they supposed he was the son of Joseph. So that word suppose is coded for incorrect thoughts. They incorrectly thought he was the son of Joseph. Jesus' parents incorrectly thought they were still accompanied by Jesus. So 46. And it came to pass that after 3 days, they found him in the temple. This is the Father's business. Sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. 12 years old, by the way. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowfully, crying, we seeking you. And Christ said, how was you looking for me? Don't you know that I'm about my Father's business? So now, again, people in the Bible, it's common in the Bible, and during those times, to be called the son, and you're not actually the son of somebody biologically, to be called the daughter, and you're not biologically daughter, to be called the father, and you're not biologically father, and to be called the mother, and you're not biologically mother. In the Bible, in those times, it's definitely the Bible. All you got to do is raise up a son, raise up a boy, or raise up a girl, and you will be called their parents. Okay, that's it. You'll be called their parents. I can show you with Moses and a Pharaoh's daughter, right? That's not his biological mother. But look what happened though. Like I said, so when you, I don't know if Cat knows that or he does not know that, but he want to pitch this lie. Okay, so okay, so here we go. And a woman conceived and bare a son, and when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. Okay, so she hid him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river. This is verse 5, I'm right here. And her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child. This is Pharaoh's daughter. Right here, it's highlighted right there. Pharaoh's daughter and the daughter of Pharaoh. Matter of fact, let me do it like this. So let me use my zoom tools. Okay. So we got the daughter of Pharaoh. Okay. She opened it, seen the child, and behold, the babe wept, and she had compassion on him and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children. So she knew it wasn't her kid. All right. Let me just go a little bit up. Let me go right there. Watch this. I got so many different cases of this. Okay. For the daughter of Pharaoh, Egyptian. This is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. Okay, so the child got a mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. See, this is what happens when you raise a child. Watch this. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. No, not Pharaoh's daughter. This ain't the biological mother. But he became her son. Mama, son, but no biological relationship. So again, this happens in the Bible. Cat either does not know, or he thinks that you don't know, and he want to pitch that. It's a body bag. So let's get back to here. Okay, so how is it? You see, I'm about my father's business. Now, what does that mean? Check this out. Let's go back to Bible Hub. Let's go to Luke 2. Was that Luke 2 and 40? 50? Okay, so here we go. What does that mean, father's business? Okay, so now watch this. Where were they? Where was Jesus? He was teaching in the temple, right? So business, Cap, it means this. So look at the New International Version. Why were you searching for him? So Jesus Christ is responding to his parents, his alleged parents. Well, he got a parent, but the other one is his parent because he raised him up. Just like Pharaoh's daughter became Moses' parent. So they are parents, but that don't mean they're biologically parents necessarily. So we know Mary is. because she gave birth to him. So he said, why were you searching for me? Jesus talking to his parents. He asked, didn't you know I had to be in my father's house? That's what father's business means. Didn't you know I had to be in my father's house? But why did you need to search? He asked, didn't you know that I must be in my father's house? And he said to them, why were you looking for me? Did you know that I must be in my father's house? Father's house, father's house, father's house. Bible, King James says business. New King James says business, but everybody else says father's house. Okay, so it had nothing to do with information, my father's business or the duties. He said, didn't you know I had to be in the temple of God, the synagogue? I had to be here. You're trying to take me to the after party when you knew I had to be in my father's house, Captain, not my father's business. These guys are too easy.
It says, remember that Christ, this is 2 Timothy 2:8.
Right.
Remember that Christ of the seed of David was raised from the dead according to my gospel. Again, the seed of David. Outside of
Okay, so that's another thing. He keeps saying seed of David, and he's trying to pass it off as it means sperm, semen, and it doesn't. Seed of David means exactly what it says. Lineage of David, a descendant of David, an actual person of David, a person connected to David. Okay. All right, but he's pitching it all and selling it to you that seed is sperm.
Mary giving birth, you don't hear much reverence or reference to Mary. You do see a lot of reference to Joseph and David. Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. That also, in order to be the seed of.
So that's where his argument is at. That's why he keeps thinking that Joseph is part of the prophecy. So I'll say it for him because he won't just make it plain. So he is believing that seed means sperm. So he's saying if he must be the sperm of David, the sperm of Abraham, then only men carry sperm. So Joseph is in the prophecy by the word seed. Seed, this is Captain's argument. The fact that the word seed is introduced in the prophecy to bring about a Christ one day, that points to Joseph. Okay, so Captain said that points to Joseph because he believes seed is sperm, which is not, because it said the sperm. If seed means sperm, then it said the sperm of David. So you're still lost because it's supposed to be the sperm of Joseph. Let's go with seed means sperm. It's supposed to say the seed of Joseph, but it said the sperm of Abraham, the sperm of David. Still wrong. So it would be David. King David is listed as the prophetical father of Jesus, and King David is listed as the prophetical father of Jesus because they had seed tied to their name, not Joseph. All right, so that's if you want to go that route. But you'll see they'll be confused if they try to use seed or sperm. I point out all the time when I talk to these guys. So just keep in mind when he's reading seed, he is reading it as this is sperm from Joseph, in spite of it saying seed of David, seed of Abraham. Weird stuff.
Abraham, he has to come from a man that comes from the lineage of David. Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. That also, in order to be the seed of Abraham, he has to come from a man that.
Okay, so you hear this? No. He's saying that he's saying that the seed of Abraham, if seed is sperm, then Joseph is still not in this prophecy. It gave the name. It said Abraham. So you have failed to show that Joseph is in the prophecy as being the biological father of Jesus. You failed over and over and over. You have not done that. You gotta pretend seed means something else. Again, if you use that logic, it's still saying seed of David, seed of Abraham. It's not saying seed of Joseph anywhere.
That comes from the lineage of Abraham. Verse 17. Wherefore in all things, because now if he makes Christ a hybrid, then it's not all things. It's only some things. But this says, wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren. So if I'm his brother, then and I'm to be made, and he wants to be made like me, he can't be born like Superman. He got
Okay, so now cap all things, like he gonna define all things his way. Like, come on, bro, stop it. It's talking about the birth. Like he was born in all the ways everybody else was born. Born. That means that like he took on, he circumcised, like all those things, the sacrificial thing, 2 turtle doves, that type of stuff. Born like everybody, every Jew, since Abraham. That's the covenant of God. Like all God's children have to be part of the covenant or to be thrown out the covenant, the promise. So they all got to be born that way. That means in all things, not sexually. Like this guy, it's crazy.
got to be born like me, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people. For that he himself hath suffered being tempted. The only way he could suffer being tempted is if he was made like me. Romans 8:3. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own son in the like.
Who? Yo, he just said seed of David, seed of Abraham, and then he just read God's son. Yeah, what's going on, Cat?
Of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh. John 7:42. You notice I'm in the text. Maybe he coming in the text in the next round. We'll find out.
Okay, so that's another thing that a lot of these guys believe, that they believe if they read a whole bunch of scriptures that do not connect, and they don't even read them in context, and they give their own, that they give an eisegesis to these verses, they believe they won because they said a lot of things that don't cross-reference to anything. They don't really support his argument. He just reading verses, so he won. So they're more concerned with that than actually sticking to the subject and proving their argument. Dude, prove through prophecies that Joseph is the father. You have not done that. And again, if seed means sperm, then you have proven David's the father. You've proven Abraham's the father, and that's it. And then you read God's son. You just read it said God's son. Where are we gonna get Joseph at it?
He tell you we more worried about ISUBK and Commander Jenny Hanna than the debate title. John 7:42.
I want you to show through prophecy that Joseph is the biological father of Jesus. You have not done it. Put it back.
Have not the scripture said that Christ cometh of the seed of David? They're saying have
Now
not.
we got seed of David. Dude, if seed means sperm, then again, David's the father. Where's Joseph? Where's Joseph's seed?
The scripture said what they didn't have the New Testament, they had the Old Testament. And the Old Testament said of the seed of David, of his loins.
David, right? Okay. David and David loins, right? Where's Joseph and Joseph loins?
Of the town of Bethlehem. I'm gonna go to the next slide. I might get through all of this.
I would like you to read it in context. You got all that reading. Why not just read one in context?
Skip this for now in case I got to come back in the rebuttal. I'm gonna skip that. I want to skip that. Slack it. Wait, no. I'm sorry. No. Yes. No. Because I want to go to this virgin that he brought up. If y'all could see my screen here, this is the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Dictionary. Let's debunk this virgin is talking about sex at all. Every time you see the word virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or Alma.
How are you a Hebrew Israelite, but you're not a Hebrew expert like that? It doesn't make any sense.
Or virgin, it's not always talking about sex for either word. So we take the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Let's destroy virgin. This is page 882. The former term is rendered virgin.
So now notice that these are bullet points. This ain't actually coming from the Zondervan Bible because there'd be more information there. So this is literally the example of a cherry pick.
Understand the lexicons, and the translation does seem appropriate in many or even most passages. Moreover, the abstract Bethula plural form appears to indicate virginity. In Deuteronomy 22:14, it means evidences of virginity. But in Ezekiel, there are, however, several considerations that should be kept in mind. A number of passages show that it's not talking about sex. It's rendering just a young woman. That's for Bethula. That's one. Now, if I go to the next one. Now, this ain't written by me. This is in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. The second Hebrew term, Alma, is clearly the feminine form of H6624, young man. This factor affects our understanding of Alma in the most controversial passage, Isaiah 7:14, which traditionally has been translated, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son." The NRSV and other modern versions, however, uses young.
Is Captain reading from Isaiah 7:14? Then why don't Captain show how this changes 2 Samuel 7:14, or how it does not change? Like, why you put that burden on Vocab to do something with these two when that was never his claim? But then when you talk about Isaiah 7:14, you don't mention 2 Samuel chapter 7 and 12 to show us the link or non-link. You just ranting.
Woman in this passage. Some have argued that if Isaiah had intended the meaning, he would have used Bethwala instead, but clearly that argument don't work, as noted above, as too often.
Keep in mind that this is poor scholarship. These are things he typed, and we're supposed to believe this is from the Zondervan Bible. Dude, it's not hard to take a picture. Like our phones, our smartphones today can actually scan the picture. We can scan it. Like I'm talking about the page. Like your phone can like scan like just the page. You don't gotta scan all the background. So why didn't he just put the phone, angle it towards the page, and just snap the page, and then upload it to his computer or phone, and then make like I just did earlier, the rectangle, show, underline, whatever. Why we gotta read your bullet points?
Then that meaning has nothing to do with sex. On the other hand, it's a fair argument to say that if Isaiah had wanted to stress the woman's virginity, he had other means to do so. A woman who had not known a man, like Genesis 24:16. Genesis 24:16 says, the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. That's,
I mean, right. That's what Mary said. No, I don't know no man. Well, you don't know a man, you're a virgin.
the proof that the word virgin is not talking about sex, because it says neither had any man known her. If it was meant, if virgin was absolute, they wouldn't have to put that text in there. So even in the Bible dictionary, it tells you.
So we're gonna skip past when it says I know not a man. we gonna know when it says no man known her, we're gonna skip past that.
That just because you see the word virgin, more times than not, it's talking about a young woman. And if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, then he must also use Isaiah the 8th chapter, when that prophecy was initially fulfilled, because that was also a man and a woman.
Hey, yeah, have y'all ever witnessed a debate like that? So earlier he said if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, he got to use 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 12. Now he's saying if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, he got to go to Isaiah chapter 8. Yo, this guy is trying to direct Vocab what he has to do. Why is he so afraid of Isaiah 7:14? He keep giving them conditionings. Okay, conditions. He's saying if you're going to read Isaiah 7:14, then you got to do this and do that. When you don't got to do that. This guy's crazy. This guy's telling him there's conditions to these chapters and verses.
Was meant, if virgin was absolute, they wouldn't have to put that text in there. So even in the Bible dictionary, it tells you that just because you see the word virgin, more times than not, it's talking about a young woman. And if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, then he must also use Isaiah the 8th chapter when that prophecy was initially fulfilled, because that was also a man and a woman having sex. Can't get around that. Now I can go back. I got about 3 more minutes. Now I'm gonna go back to, I'm sorry, bear with me 1 second. So now in Luke, the 1st chapter, which is what they usually run to, it says, then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be, seeing not known a man? And it's the same thing in Luke 1:18 when Zacharias said to the angel, whereby shall I know this, for I'm too old a man, and my wife shall be stricken in years. So it's not that Mary is asking a question that's crazy, because Zachariah does it earlier in the chapter. Sarah did the same thing in Genesis 18th chapter when she hears that she's going to have a child. She says, after I'm old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord also. So the answer says, and the angel said unto her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Most people think that's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he.
Okay, so he misrepresented the angel and God coming to Sarah. First of all, the angel, or God, I think it was God. God told, it wasn't an angel. God told Sarah how long it would take her. Well, he gave her a reference in time when she become pregnant. So, Kat, this is horrible, dude. God told Sarah that a year from now you will give birth, or you will conceive. He told her a year from now. Okay, he didn't tell Mary a year from now or 6 months. He just told her you will be pregnant. And once he left, that process started taking place. Listen to Captain again.
The message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen.
Hold on 1 second.
Yet of God that she's going to have a child. She says, after I'm old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord also. So the answer says, and the angel said unto her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Most people think that's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going.
I'm talking on mute. It didn't happen yet, Captain, because you're being disingenuous, or you just don't know. But the angel told her it will take a year. Let's go to it. God damn, what's wrong with this guy? All right. Genesis. What's wrong with this guy, man? Yeah, this is me, my boy. Yeah, what was the guy name? God damn. I got amnesia. But he'd be like, it's me. All right. Let me see if it pops up. Yeah, damn, I ain't know. Shit. Oh, God. Okay, I'm way away. Light years. Shit. Oh, boy. All right, goddamn. Let me see. Shit. Okay, let me just do Sarah. Was it Sarah at that time? Okay, I think so. Okay, so she was barren, no child. Let's see. Okay. Now, Sarai, Abraham's wife, bare him no children. She had a handmaid, an Egyptian whose name was Hagar. Hold on. Yeah, my son is tired. He keeps fighting his sleep. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay. So this might be before the prophecy. It's before. When did God come to Sarah? Yeah. And freestyle. That's bad. So I think I might get it now. Maybe not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here we are. 66. Okay. Look. Listen, this is a captain is, and he read 21. This guy is disingenuous. Check this out. It says, but my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this time next year, Captain. See, he told Sarah she would be pregnant, but she didn't get pregnant right away because he told her this time next year. Yeah, these guys, this is why they can't beat me at all.
That's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going. So now, when you go to
verse, it didn't happen yet. Of course, stupid. She was told that it will happen in a year's time, fool. That was a horrible comparison to Mary. Mary was not told a time frame. Sarah was. Everybody's reading it right now. This is why you can't trust Captain. This guy is disingenuous. He got poor scholarship. Why would you compare a woman who was told she'd be pregnant, but she was given a time frame, to a woman who was told she'd become pregnant, but she was not given a time frame? It's uncomparable. But
verse,
that's why his name Captain. The dude be Captain. There you go. That's Captain right there. Bring it closer. Now, Captain, say that one more time.
Upon thee, the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Most people think that's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going. So now, when you go to verse 36, it says, and behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived. Now he's making a comparison between Elizabeth's pregnancy.
But Captain, even she was given a time frame. Oh my God, this guy is horrible, yo. Whose captain is this? Hey, yo, son, get your captain, bruh. Okay. This is Luke chapter 1, verse 11. And there appeared unto him an angel of the Lord standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And when Zacharias saw him, he was troubled, and fear fell upon him. But the angel said unto him, Fear not, Zacharias, for thy prayer is heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear you a son. Not like Joseph. It's going to just bring forth a son, not yours, Joseph. And thou shalt call his name John. And thou shalt have joy and gladness, and many shall rejoice at his birth. For he shall be great, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and many of the children, blah, 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 blah. He shall go into power, blah, 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 blah. All sound great. Okay. Now, and Zacharias said unto the angel, Whereby shall I know this? For I am an old man, and my wife well stricken in years. So they're old. And the angel answered and said to him, I am Gabriel, that stand in the presence of God, and am sent to speak unto thee and to show these things and glad tidings. And behold, thou shalt be dumb and not be able to speak until the day that which these things shall be performed. So you can't speak until the day that these things shall be performed. So you can't speak until your wife becomes pregnant, like I told you she will become, because you believe is not my words, which shall be fulfilled in their season. Okay? So that's what happened. And guess what? And it came to pass that as soon as the days of his administration were accomplished, he departed to his own house. And after those days, his wife conceived and hid herself 5 months, saying, so there you go. So she was also given a time frame. That's why we got to get Cap that right there. Hold that, Cap. His name Cap. For a reason.
And Mary's coming pregnancy. So if Elizabeth was pregnant from a man and woman having sex, then also Mary is going to be pregnant from a man and woman having sex. And when you go to verse 45 in this same chapter.
Did y'all hear that stupid connection? It had nothing to do with having sex. It had all to do with it being a miracle birth. How you miss that? Zacharias just said we're well stricken in our years. We're past of the days of child making. And my wife is barren. So this had nothing to do with just sex. They're having sex. They can't have a kid. Stupid. So all of this is surrounding around a miraculous birth. Nothing to do with the actions, because no action can produce, no man action can produce a miraculous birth. So it don't matter if it's an action or non-action. They can't do it because, again, Elizabeth and Zacharias, they are actually acting, but they can't give birth. So they are acting and can't give birth. Mary is non-active and can't give birth. So both are going to need a miraculous intervention to give birth. Not their actions or non-actions can produce this birth. God damn, is that so hard to?
Now, for time's sake, it says, and blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of the things.
So if it was just regular sex, why did an angel appear to them? Right. Ricardo said, God is Jesus' father, according to the scripture. Tazaryach is an error. However, Christians see Joseph as the father in every way except biology. Right, exactly. And I mean, come on, man. And we just read that Pharaoh's daughter was Moses' mother in every way but biologically. Okay.
Which were told her from the Lord. That lets you know these things.
But somehow everybody's saying he won. How?
Had not happened yet. It's just that simple.
1 minute left.
In Matthew 1:18, it says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph before they came together, she was found with child. All that's talking about is before they became together publicly.
Now, why did he stop with she was found with child? It says she was found with child of the Holy Ghost, man. So the prophecy doesn't include Joseph, and neither does the fulfillment. They both exclude Joseph, okay, as being a biological parent, I should say, not a parent, just a biological parent.
As husband and wife, she was already pregnant because they just had sex before the marriage. It's no different than Luke 1:15 when it says that, and this is talk about Elijah, when it says he shall be great in the sight of the Lord, shall drink neither wine nor strong drink, and shall be filled with the Holy Spirit even from the womb. I'll stop there, but it's going to be on vocab.
Totally different.
He has to stay on subject and show, if he's going to go the virgin route, he's going to have to show that prophecy before 2 Samuel 7 or either during some time where the prophecy of coming from the seed of a man changed to just a woman being pregnant.
Well, the Bible never said what you just said, the seed of a man. It never said that. Because we read, which vocab I read later, it's just the seed. It don't have to be for a man or woman, because as I point out in Genesis 3:15, it says her seed. So the whole seed thing comes, the seed thing comes from Eve. So the seed was tied to a woman before it was ever tied to a man. And it just means, again, if you're taking Captain's personal definition, he's not clear what it means. But if you're taking the biblical definition, seed just means a child or the descendants, a group of people or a child, children, people, or child. Okay, that's what it means. But Captain keep making seed mean something different. And he keep rewording how seed is used in the Bible.
I yield.
All right, that will conclude the first round for Captain Tazaryach. I will reset for 10 minutes for Vocab Malone. Make sure you guys are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast with likes, subscribes, as well as financial support. Brother Garfield, if you can throw your link in the chat so people can be able to see it. These finances help support the debaters and bring more content to the platform. So make sure y'all supporting the platform. I reset at 10 minutes. Let me look. We got Captain Tazaryach's screen down. And Vocab Malone, would you be utilizing your screen for the first round 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you could please share it. Yep.
All right, I'm about to share it right now. All right, the time is set for the 10 minutes. It is on Vocab Malone, first round. The time.
I'm gonna get to vocab, like I said, later. I want to deal with catching Cap in his cap. Catching Cap in his capping. Right? And then vocab respond, it all makes sense. We're gonna catch Cap in his cap. Right? Okay. So just go to some more Cap. We'll come back to vocab later. Or even like next time.
Virgin birth.
Add it again.
Okay.
But then I'll just
Just
bring
in
it
case.
up.
Got you. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
I'll highlight it as soon as you say it to save time. I don't want to stop the clock.
Got you. So let me share first. Let me just make sure you see my PowerPoint. Do you see my PowerPoint here?
Yes, I see it. So
I'm just freestyle. You see me going to the scriptures, just freestyle. This guy Cap is weak. And I'm going to play my dialogue with Captain Katazai. Because Katazai tried this whole prophecy thing and I buried them. So I'll play that next.
So I'll only tap it if you want to go into it.
All right,
I got the 5 minutes set for your rebuttal round. The time will start when you start, Cap.
I don't know what page he was talking about with the virgin birth. I think it's word virgin. I think he said 886. What I read was 882 and 883 on the word virgin. I also clearly showed in
What does that mean? Right. But he was showing you that there's more pages to the book that you didn't look at. You just looked at what you thought was evidence for you without keep reading like I would, or somebody normal would keep reading to make sure that this is evidence for our claim. You stop at 83, Vocab Malone read up until 88. Okay. Let's go.
The breakdown of the word virgin, that it's not talking about not having sex. And he even proved it himself when he talked about the men in Revelations 14 being virgins, and that not talking about sex. Virgin just means young woman. As a matter of fact, you become a virgin at a certain age. Luke 2:36, Anna the prophetess, who was married to her husband 7 years from her virginity, meaning when a flower came, which is the mark of a young woman, 7 years from that, she got married. So I don't know why he keeps focusing on the word virgin. This is not a virgin birth debate. This is Joseph the seed, is Jesus the seed or son of Joseph?
Well, you gotta focus on virgin. This is a virgin birth debate, because you're saying that Joseph is the biological father of Jesus. You're using the word biology or biological, so we gotta address that. Like, it's impossible for him to be a biological father through prophecy, right? Because we're reading. Okay, see, that's the thing about Captain. Like, I don't like a lot of these guys don't have a basic education, and a basic education is a GED or high school diploma. A lot of, and I'm not saying Captain, I'm saying a lot of guys you talk to in this community, they just don't. Polite proudly says he don't have a high school diploma. Proudly. He leads with that. So a lot of these guys don't have a basic education. So I don't know if Captain has one or not, but it's coming off as he doesn't. Because Cap, if you're using the word biological here, like especially as a parent, then if Vocab can point out that Mary gave birth as a virgin, then there's no way, unless the Bible is just at that point contradicting itself. If Mary is giving a virgin birth, then that by itself excludes a biological father, my boy. And definitely, if there's a prophetic virgin birth prophecy, then there can't be a biological fatherhood prophecy of the same birth. They can't go hand in hand. They both can't exist. A virgin birth prophecy cannot coexist with a biological birth fatherhood of a prophecy of a biological fatherhood of the birth cannot coexist with a virgin birth prophetic prophecy, my boy. They both cannot exist. So he needs to bring up the virgin birth. But you see, Captain doesn't want to deal with that. That's why he keep telling him. It's funny how Captain's telling him that he can't do it, but then tell him if he does do it, he got to talk about 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12, and he got to talk about Isaiah chapter 8. Captain, you first gave him permission. You said if he goes to Isaiah chapter 7, he got to go to 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. And then in another place, another time, you said if he goes to Isaiah 7:14, he got to go to Isaiah 7. He got to go to Isaiah chapter 8. Captain, why didn't you just say then, hey, Vocab, don't even do Isaiah 7. It's not part of the debate topic. Why you didn't say that? You know, you want him to go there, but you wanted him to go there with contingencies and conditions. Now that he's going there, I'm fast forwarding his responses. I'll play him by himself. And plus, we already did it. We already did a recap of where I played his responses. Okay, already. But Captain is being debunked from Vocab Isaiah 7:14 stance and the word virgin. And this is why he's adding these extra requests.
According to biblical prophecy, and in 15 minutes, we ain't seen one prophecy to counter what I pulled already. And that's what he has to do in this debate. Otherwise, when a lot of the rebuttal I want to save, I want to ask him the questions, which is why I'm avoiding doing that. So what I will do, can I pause real fast? Or can you pull up my screen? I want to show my PowerPoint. If we could pause the time.
It's already up now. It's already up now.
It's already up there right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so they could see what I'm showing right now. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So he made a point to pull out Matthew's 22 when Christ asked.
All right. So before Captain reads that, remember, this was about Guerrilla Hebrew's recap of the debate between Captain Tazaryach and Vocab Malone. So let's see if Guerrilla Hebrew agrees with, or let's see if Guerrilla Hebrew agrees that seed means sperm or it means descendant. Okay. So that's important. Does Guerrilla Hebrew agrees with Captain or Vocab Malone on what the word seed means? All right. Guerrilla Hebrew, take us away, my boy. Let me get rid of some of these tabs though. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let's go. Gorilla, what does seed mean in the Bible, in context?
Mean?
Just in the prophecies, I understand
You reject the virginal conception and birth of Christ.
when I read the text, and of course, understanding the prophecies, I understand that this all had to happen by the seed of David.
And what does the seed of David mean?
The seed of David means David's seminal fluid.
And how could David's seminal fluid be transferred to Jesus when he was dead 1,000 years before the birth of Jesus?
Well, of course, he had descendants that were created from his seminal fluid, and they had such.
No, you're not listening to yourself. You see, this is the problem I have. You didn't listen. You said he has to be the seed of David, and you said the seminal fluid of David. But now you extended that to the seed of his descendants. That's not what you said.
That's why seed just means the descendants of David or the lineage of David. Really Hebrew about that.
So it's not literally the seed of David, right? It's not literally his seminal fluid, right?
Well, him particularly, no.
Literally the seed of David, right? It's not literally his seminal fluid, right?
Well, him particularly, no.
Literally the seed of David, right? It's not literally his seminal fluid, right?
Well, him particularly, no.
Okay.
Okay, so Captain, stop it, bro. It wouldn't make sense to be seminal fluid. We know it to mean descendants. Okay, thank you. So let's stop saying the sperm of David.
So right there, you just answered yourself. You just proved that the seed of David cannot be literal because David did not inseminate Mary to give birth to Jesus. So that means you have to look elsewhere to know what seed means. For example, in Genesis 3:15, the seed of the woman. Does woman have seminal fluid?
No.
But wait.
Okay, so let's do this. No. We ain't got time for that. Let's go back here. Let's go back.
And of course, understanding the prophecies, I understand that this all had to happen by the seed of David.
And what does the seed of David mean?
The seed of David means David's seminal fluid.
And how could David's seminal fluid be transferred to Jesus when he was dead 1,000 years before the birth of Jesus?
Captain.
Well, of course, he had descendants that were created.
Descendants. There you go. So that's why he had descendants. All right. That's why, look, I'm going to point out that the verse in place of seed in modern day time, it just say descendant or family line, descendant, descend, has nothing to do with sperm. So Romans 1:3 wasn't trying to let you know sperm was being passed from David to Jesus, to let you know that it just simply means, seed just simply means that one of David's descendants will sit on the throne as the Messiah. That's all. That's all.
Who is the Christ? Is he the son of David? As if to say Christ was making that statement to say, I'm not the son of David. Whereas if you read right here, Revelations 22:16, Christ says, I am the root and offspring of David. You cannot be an offspring of David unless you come from the seed of David. That's plain. That's what this subject is about. The subject ain't about the lineages. And when we get to this Q&A, I am going to obliterate him. And I'm going to give y'all this information I'm going to bring to y'all. Y'all may not even know. He may not even know. So even when he brought out the public example, Matthew 1:19, and Joseph, her husband, not willing to make her a public example, look how the language changed. It went from espoused. I'm sorry, I jumped the damn chat. It went from espoused to now husband. Even when the angel, he said, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take Mary thy wife, not Mary for a wife, not to take Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. Meaning what happened between Mary and Joseph, the Lord wanted. The public example was having a child in his father's, in the father's house. Ecclesiasticus, the 42nd chapter, will explain that. It says, the father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house. That's the embarrassment that Joseph didn't want to happen, because they had not come together as man and woman. He also mentioned, I think y'all can still see my screen. He also mentioned in Matthew 1, and a lot of people get this wrong, when it says he knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn. This is the conclusion of the whole entire story. The brought forth is when the sperm cracked the egg and she was pregnant, because that is the issue. The issue in Matthew is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant before
1 minute left.
Is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant before the ceremony, and the angel telling it to fear not because the Lord wanted this to happen. That's why it quotes Isaiah 7:14 in verse 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child. That virgin is saying a young woman shall be with child. Just like in Isaiah, the 7th chapter, a young woman shall be with child. And in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, that young woman was with child from a man and a woman. And just like in Matthews 1:23-25, a young woman was with child between a man and a woman. This is not rocket science. This ain't that hard. He has to address the scriptures that I gave. Maybe he'll do it in the rebuttal. But all he's doing is talking about, he has a weird obsession with ISUBK like I can't understand. He keeps talking, he talking about Ariah, he talking about Yaquab giving business, he doing all that, but ain't brought one prophecy in the Old Testament of a virgin birth without a man, without the seed. So can he please, somebody force him? I yield.
Time. We are still in the rebuttal round. I see Cap, you clear.
He just said he ain't bring one prophecy of a virgin birth. But then he said we're not talking about the virgin birth. Look at this guy.
Giving business, he doing all that, but ain't brought one prophecy in the Old Testament of a virgin birth without a.
But you said we weren't talking about the virgin birth. Yeah, I'm as confused as you guys should be. He just said we're not talking about the virgin birth to vocab. He said, so I don't know why you bring up Isaiah 7:14 when he said he could. He just got to mention Samuel's and mention Isaiah 8, and then said don't do it because we're not talking about it. But then he just said we are talking about it.
Giving business, he doing all that, but ain't brought one prophecy in the Old Testament of a virgin birth without a man.
You said he can't do it. You said he could with contingencies, but then you just said we ain't doing it. Now you said he ain't doing it. Yeah, I'm confused, Cat.
And without the seed.
That's why I gotta have this over here for Cat.
So can he please, somebody force him? I yield.
Time. We are still in the rebuttal round. I see Cap, you clear. You know, okay, King?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So I will have to make sure you about to start, Cap?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I got to make sure both of y'all ready because both of y'all will be participating. So Vocab, you good to go? Your mic is good? All right, good deal. So Cap, the floor is yours. The time will start when you start.
That verse in Luke 1:34, does it say, I know not a man or I'm a virgin that you just put up there?
Luke 1:34. I know not a man.
Okay, because you just lied. You said it says I'm a virgin. That's what you just said.
Yeah,
In
because
That's the same thing, dude. What? Yeah, I know not a man and I'm a virgin. So, okay. All right. You know what? Never mind.
That
And Sam-
means
In 2 Samuel 7 and 12, when he says, I will raise up seed after thee, can you show anywhere where that prophecy changed in the Bible?
Good. So now he can finally address that. Because you keep acting like he said it changed.
can you repeat that? And by the way, I was quoting from the ESV, which does say I'm a virgin. I'm not lying. The ESV translates it that way. What was your question again?
I'll pause the time, Captain Tazaryach, so you can reset the question, and then it'll
Yeah,
pick
you
up
gotta
when vocab start to answer.
He's probably still obsessed with me. You got to keep up. 2 Samuel 7 and 12. When thy days be fulfilled and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels and will establish his kingdom. Can you show anywhere in the Bible where it changes from the seed of the seed of David to a man being born by God making a woman pregnant? Can you show the change in the Bible?
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. An offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary. So it just means legal father when you look at who Jesus
Right.
is.
And yeah. See, Cat is crazy. You have been dancing. Cat, in your mind, the reason why Vocab Malone is seriously confused by Cap's question, because in Cap's personal mind, well, not just because you see, really Hebrew did it too, but in Cap's mind, seed just means sperm. Just like Gorilla Hebrew made that mistake and said seminal fluid. Seminal fluid. So, but when pressed on seed, Gorilla Hebrew said it means descendants. I mean, so that's why like people be confused outside of One West people. One West people just simply believe seed is sperm. But y'all got to consider and take into consideration that outside of your camps, people don't believe seed means sperm. You say Christian church, the Christian church looks at seed as synonymous or equivalent to descendants, a group of people associated with David's line. Cap is dancing like they have the same understanding of seed. They don't.
Thank you for at least being able to tell one truth. In Acts 2, when the Lord said, when it says he swore an oath to David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins, which also lets you know is not spiritual, but literal. Can you again show if the Lord swore? Can you show where it changes from that? Yes or no?
Yeah, no one thinks it's spiritual. It's legal. Jesus is a legal son of Joseph, not spiritual. So I don't know why you're using that term. I would never use that term. So that's not describing my position. It's not changing. It's showing the true intention that was there all along. That's why I brought out Genesis 3:15 in the beginning. That's why I brought out Isaiah 7. And you have the divine interpretation in Matthew chapter 1. So you can't get around that.
The word legal is nowhere in there. That's just your assumption. That's not a question.
And Captain, you've been saying, okay, so this is the confusing part, family. When Vocab Malone put scriptures in his own words, Captain said you can't do that. Captain is saying when you use the Bible or if you refer to the Bible, it has to be book, chapter, and verse. But then Captain has the liberty to put the Bible in his own words. It don't have to be book, chapter, and verse. That is the problem here. That's the disconnection. And I don't know if Vocab is picking that up or if he is, but I want y'all to pick it up.
That's a statement. John 1 and 45.
Okay, so wait, let's go back.
Jesus.
Can you again show if the Lord swore? Can you show where it changes from that? Yes or no?
Yeah, no one thinks it's spiritual. It's legal.
All right, hold on. Wait, go back.
To David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins, which also lets you know is not spiritual, but literal.
Well, it's not literal because then that would make David the father. We just played that. That's why Sam Shu, whatever his name is, he said that the sperm is not 1,000 years old. So if it's literal, if it's literally coming from David's loins, then it will be his sons like King Solomon, Captain. So it can't be literal. If it ain't spiritual, it definitely is not literal unless you're saying King David gave birth to Jesus Christ. Do you guys understand that? If it's reading, Captain just read. No, Captain just read that the Messiah, yellow. So Captain just read that the Messiah said that it must come from King David loins. Let's one more time.
And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary.
So you heard what Vocab just said. He said, and Cap dancing, he's not listening. Vocab said seed doesn't always literally mean sperm. His case in point was, if it did, no, he's saying it can't because David did not give birth to Jesus. He did not impregnate Mary. He just said that. Listen.
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm.
So what vocab means, you say offspring doesn't mean sperm. What vocab means is that the word seed doesn't always mean sperm. It can be offspring, mean a group of people. It doesn't always mean sperm like Captain is presenting it. Now listen to vocab next statement.
David didn't impregnate Mary.
So David did not impregnate Mary. So when we're saying the seed of David, Captain, that word seed cannot mean sperm, because then you'll by default you'll be saying King David is the father of Jesus. He impregnated Mary. That's all. But he's dancing. He can't. Yo, what are we doing? Well, one more time.
And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate.
The change in the Bible.
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm.
So what he meant was seed doesn't always mean sperm. It could also mean offspring. Now listen to his case in point.
David didn't impregnate Mary. And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary.
To a man being born by God making a woman pregnant. Can you show the change in the Bible?
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. And offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary.
Captain, you're dancing, but he just debunked your seed means sperm. He's saying David did not impregnate Mary. So it couldn't have been talking about David's sperm traveling 1,000 years ago to present day time to impregnate Mary to give birth to Jesus. But you're too busy dancing.
So it just means legal father when you look at who Jesus is.
Thank you for at least being able to tell one truth. In Acts 2, when the Lord said, when it says he swore an oath to.
Now, I'm going to put this in slow motion so Captain can read this and you guys can catch it without any dispute. Listen. G. Here we are. I got it in slow motion. Listen.
David that he would not oath to David when it says he swore an oath to David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins.
His loins, the fruit of his loins. He said, David. the fruit of David loins, Captain. If this is literal, Captain, if this is literal, then we're talking about David's loins, not Joseph loins. Okay? And David had kids from his loins. And King Solomon was one of them, and Jesus was none of them. Okay? So what does this got to do with Joseph? This has everything to do with David and what he produced from his, Captain Words, literal loins. Listen.
Said, excuse me, when it says he swore an oath to David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins, which also lets you know is not spiritual but literal.
That so we're talking about David's literal loins, then Jesus is excluded. Joseph, Jesus and Joseph is excluded. So Cap, this prophecy doesn't prove Joseph is biologically the father of Jesus. So you just lost. You just said this is a literal happening with David. You lost.
Can you again show if the Lord swore? Can you show where it changes from that? Yes or no?
Yeah, no one thinks it's spiritual. It's legal. Jesus is a legal son of Joseph, not spiritual. So I don't know why you're using that term. I would never use that term. So that
I gotta run. I ain't no spaghetti noodles here. I gotta run. No spaghetti noodles.
it's not describing my position. It's not changing. It's showing the true intention that was there all along. That's why I brought out Genesis 3:15 in the beginning. That's why I brought out Isaiah 7, and you have the divine interpretation in Matthew chapter 1. So you can't get around that.
The word legal is nowhere in there. That's just your assumption. That's not a question. That's a statement. John 1:45. And we Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph. Is that true or false?
True.
So is Jesus the physical son of Joseph or legal son of Joseph?
Legal son. And by the way, the text doesn't say, but John already wrote his prologue, which assumes the virgin conception. John 1 assumes the virgin conception. And verse 13 is a parallel to it.
Can you show in the Bible where Joseph is a legal father of Jesus and not the physical father of Jesus?
Yeah, in the genealogy of Luke, where it says, as was supposed.
Right. And also in Matthew chapter 1:19, in the vision where the angel Gabriel said, in spite of Mary being pregnant, with you having nothing to do with it, you still got to take on the child. You still got to marry her. You got to marry that woman anyway. And it says you got to marry her. That song, why you got to be so rude? You got to marry her anyway. So the angel said, why you got to be so rude, Joseph? Because he was thinking to put her away privately and divorce her. But the angel said, why you got to be so rude? You got to marry her anyway. Marry that girl. That's what happened. And when he did that, in spite of him not being responsible for Mary's pregnancy, he became the legal father. That's so easy for me.
And that means what?
That means people thought he was the physical father like you, but they were wrong. He's the legal father, and that's why he's in the genealogy.
Hey, can I share my screen? Can
Yes.
we pause for a second?
And that's why the word supposed was there that Vocab just pointed out. The word Vocab was there to show that he was the legal father. That was a good answer too. It was short and simple, but sometimes simplicity for idiots isn't good enough. You got to give a detailed explanation.
I'm not asking you.
I'm teasing, man. You know I'm teasing, man.
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
It's
What
shared.
I'm presenting right here is Julius Africanus in the Epistle to the Aristides. So he said that as was supposed because it wasn't Joseph's. That's just what they assumed. But according to Julius Sextus Africanus, he broke down how both the lineage in in Matthew and Luke's lineage belong to Joseph by showing how Luke's, the reason why it says as was supposed.
So Captain again misread his sources. He can't read it. Vocab did a recap. I you know, ask him to don't play Vocab's recap. So, but apparently that the early church fathers were just saying that. Well, they agreed that the virgin birth is true. So I don't know how Cap can Cap and misrepresent the early church fathers. Like, there's no way in hell they were saying the virgin birth. I mean, they're the church. They like Captain hates the church, but they are the church. They're the early church fathers, and they were pushing the virgin birth. I mean, that's just coughing right there.
Suppose this is what it says. Thus, neither of the evangelists is in error, as one reckons by nature and the other by law. The as was supposed according to Julius is that by law, and Matthew, I believe it's Mathan, was the actual father of Joseph. But by legal, because he was doing the law of a brother, Heli is who he raised up Joseph for. So when you say as was supposed, that is just an error, or do you disagree with the church fathers that y'all love so much?
I like that. I'm glad
you disagree with the church for. So when you say as was supposed, that is just an error, or do you disagree with the church fathers that y'all love so much?
I like that. I'm glad you asked that question. It's
Boom.
true that just like today, there was some debate and discussion, right? About I mean, is that what we're doing? There was some debate and discussion.
Right, so that's that fake stuff. When people are debating and start laughing, like loud, where you can't say anything. He's laughing, trying to convince his supporters that he's winning. Dude, you're not.
About the
1 minute
genealogies. There was some debate and discussion about the genealogies, but Tertullian, Ambrose, Jerome, Leo the Great, Justin in his dialogue with Trypho, Irenaeus, the martyrdom of Isaiah, the gospel of nativity of Mary, the proto-evangelion of James, Ignatius in his epistle to the Ephesians, St. John of Damascus are just an example of some of the early church fathers that you just mentioned, who all understood that Luke was Mary's genealogy. But see, Jesus being the son of David doesn't even depend on that. They could be wrong about that, and Jesus is still the son of David in the way that it matters legally.
I want to highlight also in my PowerPoint that y'all can see right here. First, they always agree with the church fathers. Church father just said it. And Eusebius in Ecclesiastical History, pages 32 and 33, and also page 250 of the Ecclesiastical History, Eusebius, who these.
So I think this is what Girly Hebrew is pointing out to in his recap. I think this information comes from Girly Hebrew. When he said they had a sit down, I think this is what he was giving Cap. But as you can see, they misrepresented what the early church father was actually saying.
Brother, who these people love. It says another epistle of this.
Time. We got to move over to the second section of the first part of the cross-examination. I'm gonna kill that screen cap. Let's see, remove that right quick. Got to move over to Vocab Malone. The topic tonight, if you guys are just coming in, the numbers are going up. The topic is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? That's what the.
So if that's the topic, then the burden is on Captain. I don't see how. What the hell? Like, that's Captain's. Like, it seemed like the question is geared to Captain. Is Joseph? Because of course, Vocab is gonna say no. So the burden is on Captain to prove this. I don't know what's going on here.
Brothers are discussing. Right now we're in the second section of the first cross-examination. It is on Vocab Malone to ask questions to Captain Tazaryach. The time is set for 5 minutes, and I will only interject at 1 minute unless there's some form of technical or toss-up. Vocab, quick question. Would you be utilizing your screen for it?
No. I'm going to destroy my interlocutor face-to-face here. I don't want the screen getting in the way.
All right, good deal. So, Cap, are you ready? Your mic is good?
Yeah, and I have 60 seconds to each question, right? Just to confirm.
60 seconds to answer, and Vocab, you got 30 seconds to ask the question. I'll be kind of lenient on a second here or two, but try to stick as close to possible. I don't want to interrupt y'all, so try to stick to close as possible. The time is on you, Vocab, when you would like to start.
Excellent. Tazaryach, did Adam have a biological father?
Yes,
Who was his biological father?
it doesn't say.
How do you know he had one?
Yo, what?
Because he says, for this cause man shall leave mother and father and cleave unto his wife. He had knowledge of mother and father. That's why he made the statement.
So why
was
did
already-
Luke give? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Why does Luke give the title to Adam, the son of God? Then
Because Adam is the one that the Lord started with before the flood, just like Abraham is the one that he started with after the flood.
so who's the first man if it's not Adam?
There's no record of a first man.
Okay. Interesting answers. How do you interpret Genesis 3:15, Zerah, her seed?
In Genesis 3:15, when it says his seed and her seed, is just saying his child and her child. It still would involve two people being at odds with each other from the gate. So he's saying the serpent seed and her seed because she carries seed and gives birth. You can find that in Genesis, the 19th chapter, when Lot's daughters got him drunk. Why? Because they said to preserve seed of their father.
Who is the serpent seed, Tazaryach?
When?
The serpent seed of Genesis 3:15. Who is it?
That would be you.
That was funny.
You know my genealogy by looking at me?
That was funny.
That's just what I'm going with. That
Yeah, I
would
got
be
you. You know I knew you were going to answer that, but I want to have some fun here. Let's look at the Septuagint translation of Isaiah 7:14. Why did the translators use the word Parthenos for Alma?
Because as I broke down, what they all knew was that the word virgin just means young woman. It's not meaning that a woman that's never had sex. Even if a young woman, let's say an 18, 20-year-old woman who would still be a young woman had sex, she doesn't stop being a virgin just because she had sex. She's still a young woman. Not being a young woman comes with age, not with your sexual activity.
So you could still be a virgin after you had sex?
Why couldn't you be?
You can't ask questions, but what's the answer to that?
I'm sorry. Yes, you can. I apologize. Yes.
All right. Interesting. How can Christ avoid the curse of Jeconiah in Jeremiah 22:30 if he's physically descended from David?
That's a good question. When you go to Psalms, the 89th chapter, it'll tell you that even if the seed of David fails, if they redeem themselves, they can still be the seed. That's why you'll find Jeconiah and Salathiel in Matthew's lineage and Luke's lineage. The point wasn't about
Jeconiah is not in Luke's lineage. That's incorrect.
It might be
Salathiel. One second. I'll pause the time right quick. If you can, Vocab, just give him the space to finish his answer.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to help him out. He's about to make a massive mistake, but go ahead.
No problem. Hey, Cap, you still good. Time is still yours. We'll start back when you start.
No problem. I could have misspoke with Jeconiah. That's fine. But Salathiel, people that are in the lineage are still there. So that has nothing to the curse that y'all call a curse is actually not a curse, because in both Matthew and Luke's lineage, they contain individuals that would be connected to him, and he's still the king. When you read Psalms, the 89th chapter, I was trying to find it for you while I was moving around. But when you read that, it'll tell you if they I'm sorry, was that my 60 seconds?
No, you still good. You still good.
Oh, no, sweat. I apologize. No, I thought I heard you talk. I apologize. You'll see where the seed of David can be evil, which we see evidence of that. But when they correct themselves, they can still reign on the throne because he established that promise to them forever. There is no breaking of that. There is no Acts, the 2nd chapter says he swore to them. If I could read it, Psalms 89 and 34, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David, his seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. Next
you got to bounce it back, Cap.
Yeah, I see more than 60 seconds. Jeremiah 22:30 is a curse. It says, write this man down as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days. None of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. Now, I have a question. Who is Joseph's father? Tazaryach. Who's
1
Joseph's
minute
father?
remaining.
So if as I was breaking down with your church fathers say that Jacob begat Joseph. And then in Luke 1, I'm showing you Luke 3, it says Heli. And I broke down your church fathers say that Matthew contains the physical father of Joseph. Luke, the 3rd chapter, contains by law, the father of Joseph, according to your church fathers.
Yes, who was Mary's father. Since Mary had no other brothers, that's why he's put in the genealogy. Your position would entail a contradiction in the genealogies. Now,
No.
going on to the next question. Arya taught Johanna to deny the virgin birth. Johanna taught you. Now, Arya goes against his own teaching. Why don't you
Look
follow
at God? Look at God. He's saying time. Look at God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No problem. No
Yeah.
problem.
Someone you got saved by the bell. Thank God.
No, you got saved.
Hey, Corey,
Thank you.
if I may, real quick, I'm sorry, guys. We need someone, and I forgot this. My apologies, man. I don't know if my brother Philip in the chat could write down the questions. We need 5 questions from the audience after the second cross-examination. So we got to figure that out. I think we messed up on that part. I apologize to Tazaryach and Vocab. But as far as recording the questions, my brother Philip is in the audience. I don't know if you have a question in the audience, just state the question, and I'll have my brother Philip or sister Mika write the question down.
We're not gonna
and
do
send
that.
it to me in my inbox and Facebook, and then I'll just read it out, or
We're not gonna
I'll
do
just
that
text it to Corey.
because
All right. So the
kinda
audience,
like high level.
we need 5 questions from the
there's
audience
no way
after
the
the
audience
second
is
cross-examination. So I'm
There's
going
no way the audience is going to be able to keep up with the conversation. Most of the audience is either learning from Vocab if they side with him, or they're learning from Captain if they side with him. So they're not even qualified to even ask a question. So I got a Tazaryach debate on the play that I did. I'm trying to find the first one, not the second one. I believe this is going to be the second one. I want the first one.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? And it's ironic because the people who tried to battle Immaculate Conception, they go with the argument that Mary is from the house of David and Judah. I don't think that there's any evidence for that.
So this might be right first.
It doesn't say what tribe she is. But I think that there is more evidence towards her being a Levite than there is a Judite, never mind from the house of David.
First one. Where
So, I mean, you could assume and insinuate because, you know, her cousin was Elizabeth, that she's a Levite. You know what I'm saying? So I think that there's like even some of the precepts that you pulled, you know what I'm saying, the demographic of where the story takes place, so on and so forth, it leans more towards that. So I mean, I'd never make that argument. I think the argument is stronger towards her being Levi than Judah, but there is zero evidence of her being of the house of David.
Right. I agree.
But I think you kind of, in comparison to the last conversation we had, I think you hurt your argument.
Oh, okay. This is the real one. All right, hold on.
All we're left with is Joseph. And then now you have to answer.
Okay, so they always saying you have to do something. They are funny. All right, here we go. So this is the one. This is
well, I'm gonna tell you like this.
This is
right?
Unbiased Sports versus Tazaryach on the virgin birth, but we're dealing with the prophecy because you kept hearing Captain keep saying 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 12 for Vocab Malone. So he was doing it to me, and I addressed it head on, and I explained the prophecy that this was a one-sided debate.
And it's from thy bowels, than Judah. but there is zero evidence of her being of the house of David.
Right,
But
right. I agree.
But I think you kind of, in comparison to the last conversation we had, I think you hurt your argument, because if we eliminate Mary, all we're left with is Joseph, and then now you have to answer my question, her being of the house, not with adoption.
Right,
But
right. I agree.
and that was the discussion that we had. I think where I kept asking you, kind of kept bringing comparison to examples of adoption we had,
Okay.
and the prophecy. I think you hurt your to do with adoption. The prophecy says, but I think you kind of, in comparison to the last conversation we had, I think you hurt your argument, because if we eliminate Mary, all we're left with is Joseph. And then now you have to answer my question, not with adoption. And that was the discussion that we had, where I kept asking you and you kept bringing me to examples of adoption.
Okay.
And the prophecy has nothing to do with adoption. The prophecy says, from thy bowels, from thy loins, which eliminates
Ain't that what
adoption,
Captain said?
which means direct descendant. And so I don't know if in between now and then you found a way to, you know what I'm saying, connect, you know what I'm saying, this direct descendant through any other means than Joseph. Because now you've eliminated Mary, so all we're left with is Joseph. So you really strengthen my argument.
All right. So let me answer the second part of your question. Okay. So let's eliminate Joseph through the so you're referring to 2 Samuel chapter 7, right?
I'm referring, well, not only am I referring to 2 Samuel, but I'm actually referring to more importantly is Acts 2. Not more importantly, but I mean more relevant to the argument that we had. But I think that those two are, you know what I'm saying, direct precepts with each other, because
Right.
that's the promise that we made to him.
Right. Acts 2 just
If I may interject, so we're under the assumption that the promise is real and accurate. And
well, the scripture says that the Most High swore an oath to David, and we know that he does not break his oaths or his agreements. So therefore, that's,
so you would have to
you know,
presuppose that is evidentiary, that is just assumed and accepted by all, that is the case.
I wouldn't pre-oppose anything. I mean, unless you disagree with the word of God, that's the only way, you know what I'm saying, you could even make that statement, because it says what it says.
I personally do. I can't speak for anyone else. I personally do. But
but
I can't speak for anyone else.
since you do, then I agree with you. I do too. So because I do, when I read God makes an oath and swears an oath onto a man, I believe he's going to fulfill it, just like he did with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and everyone else that he swore an oath to. So I can't see him breaking this oath with David, and especially that there's at least 3 times in the scriptures this oath is talking about. This oath is mentioned. It's mentioned in Samuel's, it's mentioned in Chronicles, and it's mentioned again in Acts.
Well,
so
I think you misunderstood. I'm saying I disagree that it is the word, me personally. So for me, I just want to know, based off this argument, are we following the presupposition that yes, he commanded it, it was prophesied, therefore it is. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So
because here's why it's so important. Because Christ could not fulfill the oath or the prophecy if he was not of the seed of David. So he couldn't even be counted as the Messiah, because that's the prophecy concerning who the Messiah would be. So if you eliminate that oath, you're eliminating Christ.
I think you added some stuff there, but let's deal with one at a time, right? So let's address this oath you're talking about.
All right, so let's go to Acts, where it called it an oath.
Yeah, okay. No, I agree. But I'm saying Acts is quoting the Old Testament. So why would we go to a quote? I mean, the person quoting it. Let's go right to.
I don't have no issue going back there, but I wanted to start
Okay.
in Acts just
All right,
because
no problem.
it's relevant. It's relevant to the time of Christ's disciples.
Okay, no problem. So let's go to Acts chapter 2, verse 30. I have no problem with that. So Acts chapter 2, verse 30. Okay. It says, well, let me read 29. It says, men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us until this day. Therefore, being a prophet, and knowing that God has sworn with an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he will raise up Christ to sit on the throne. That's it, right?
To sit on his throne.
Right, that's what I said, his throne. Okay, so he would raise up Christ to sit on his throne. All right, so now let's deal with this oath correctly. All right, so real quick, that was fulfilled here. When Mary was told she was found favor of God, she shall conceive in her womb, bring forth the son Jesus. And guess what? The Lord shall give unto him the throne of his father David. There's no seeds, no loins. So yeah, that part was fulfilled by Jesus. He would raise up Christ to sit on his throne. All right, so now let's deal with this oath correctly. So he's quoting 2 Samuel chapter 7. Okay, let's go to verse 12. So
Correct.
Go to book of Samuel, the 2 Samuel chapter 7. Let's look at this oath. Let's see if this is what he said. Okay, so verse 12. Matter of fact, let me see if okay. So verse 7 real fast, just to get context. It says, in all the places wherein I have walked with all the children of Israel, spake I a word with any of the tribes of Israel, who I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, why build me not an house of cedar? Oh, verse 8. Now therefore shalt thou say unto my servant David. Okay, so this is about David. Now I'm gonna go to verse 12. And when David days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee. Okay, so in my mind, this is talking about David's son after himself, which shall proceed out of your bowels. Because who else bowels would David, his son would come out of? It'd be his father's bowels. And I will establish his kingdom. Okay, so he's talking about they're talking about King David's son out of his bowels, and God will establish his kingdom. Okay. So if we just read a little further, we'll see what this is talking about. Okay. So let me guide you guys to 1 Kings. Okay.
Why don't you want to read verse 13?
Oh, I can. No problem. No problema. Let me go back.
Come on, man. Don't be cheating.
That's all good. I mean, like, I don't know when y'all want me to stop or keep going.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you were trying to make a point, and it seems like the point you're trying to make is that this is talking about Solomon. You know what I'm saying? But if it's going to strictly be talking about Solomon, Solomon's kingdom was not forever. Everyone knows Christ's kingdom is going to be forever. And the reason as to why, and the can I finish?
Oh, but you were wrong though. During Solomon's time, he was told by God that Solomon's kingdom would last forever. So you're wrong, good Captain. We're gonna get to that. I mean, I was cut off. But go ahead.
Oh, I thought you. Oh, okay, go ahead, please.
Right. So I'm reading the prophecy in its authentic form. Okay, so it says, out of David bowels, that's his physical genitalia parts, he will establish this seed kingdom. And 13 says, he shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. Do I keep going? I don't know when should I stop?
I mean, it doesn't matter if you keep going to
Okay.
there. That's extremely important. And the
Okay.
reason why it's extremely important is because when we read inside of Acts, it tells you that the prophecies concerning Christ,
Yeah,
unless
of course.
you're saying Solomon is Christ, because
Right.
I believe every word in this book.
All right, so don't forget what Captain said. His captain said, literal loins, literal bows. So now we're reading literal bows. King David literal bows were produced King Solomon. They will not produce Jesus.
So if a writer in the New Testament says that this Old Testament prophecy is concerning Christ, then it is. So anyone trying to make it anything else is adding to the word.
All right.
Because once again, the evidence is, it was Solomon's kingdom forever.
No.
Solomon's kingdom.
Oh, but it did last forever.
Kingdom split. He lost the kingdom. Will Christ's kingdoms be forever?
Yeah.
So this prophecy is concerning who?
Both of them.
I agree. But if it's concerning both of them, then guess what? They both have to come from the bowels and the loins.
No, one person fulfills one part. One person fulfills one part, and doesn't other person fulfill. So let me just read. So if we go to 1 Kings, so everybody go to 1 Kings. Go to I'm bugging. Go to chapter 8. Okay. Now, by the way, this is a low-key L that Captain Tazaryach took that he believed that would never be published because he knew that he was calling in to a recorded conversation, but he didn't know who he was talking to. He think he's talking to a simpleton on Clubhouse, but he didn't know who he's talking to and who I'm tied to and who I know and who know me and not in where it can go. He didn't know that. Okay. So, oh shit, come on, really? You gonna do that to me? So this is why he's actually honest, because he believes this is a small discussion that's going to just stay where it was.
They're helping my argument.
Well, they all say that until I start reading. Okay, so 1 Kings.
They're helping my argument.
Well, they all say that until I start reading. Okay, so 1 Kings chapter 8. Oh, yeah. Let's go to. Let's get some context. Let's go to 15, and I'll read quick. I want to get to where I gotta go. And he said, "Blessed be the Lord of God of Israel, which spake with his mouth unto David, my father." My father. Who are we talking about here? Talking about Solomon. And hath with his hand fulfilled it, saying, so this is Solomon. Since the day that I brought forth my people Israel out, people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel to build an house, that my name might be therein. But I chose David to be over my people Israel. 17, and it was in the heart of David, my father. This is King Solomon talking. It was in the heart of David, my father, to build an house for the name of the Lord God of Israel. Verse 18, and the Lord said unto David, my father, where it was in thy heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well. That is was. Hold on. I got to do this. I think you guys will like it. You're gonna laugh. All right. So wait a minute. Give me a second to set this up nice. Because this is gonna be a body bag. So let me set this up nice. Hold on. Just trust me. Hold on. right, hold on, just bear with me till I get this going. Give me a second. I want to set it up. I want to set it up nicely. Give me a second. All right, let me set it up. I spell. Oh, you guys peeking what I'm doing. All right. And if you see what I'm doing. All right, I got it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right, I don't think it's gonna hit right. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. All right, here we go. This is properly translated as regarded his son, who as to his early life was a descendant of David, or he was born into King David's family line. Wait, I'll fast forward it? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what is this? Why am I showing the chat? Oh, that was the Gorilla Hebrew seed thing. My bad. Was in thine heart of the Lord God of Israel. Verse 18. And the Lord said unto David, my father, where it was in thy heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well. That was in thine heart. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house, but your son, your son that shall come forth out of your loins. Look, so what I'm revealing to Captain Tazaryach was that the loins coming out of David's, or the person coming out of David's loins is King Solomon. So what I'm reading is that King Solomon is stating himself that he is the person from David's loins. He's fulfilling that prophecy, okay? Because Captain and Tazaryach and the really Hebrews, they want to act like this is for Jesus. So what I'm doing is I'm showing King Solomon himself is acknowledging that he is the fulfillment of Acts 2:30 and 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. That when they said out of David's bowels, out of David's loins, King Solomon is acknowledging that was speaking of him only. Listen. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house. This is King Solomon talking. But your son, he's going over what the Most High was telling King David, because King David said that he wanted to build a house for the Most High, but the Most High told King David, no, your son's going to do that. Son, nevertheless, King Solomon did that. So this is only talking about King Solomon. Thou shalt not build the house, but your son, your son that shall come forth out of your loins. Acts 2:30, your son who comes out of your loins was in thine heart. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build the house, but your son, your son that shall come forth out of your loins. Acts 2:30. Your son who comes out of your loins, he shall build a house unto my name. Verse 20. And the Lord has performed his word that he spake. And I, King Solomon, has risen up in the room of David my father, and sits on the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised. And I have built an house for the name of the Lord God of Israel. And just two more verses, and so just two more. So we go to 1 Kings chapter 2. I'll wait for you guys. Chapter 2, verse 12. No, I'm sorry. Chapter 2, verse 10. So David, this is the prophecy, David slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. And the days that David reigned over Israel were 40 years. Interesting. That's how long Solomon reigned. 7 years reigned he in Hebron, and 30 and 33 reigned he in Jerusalem. Then Solomon sat upon the throne of David his father, and his kingdom was established greatly. That was a prophet. He said, I was established. He said, God said, I was established your throne and your kingdom. And it says right here, his throne, he sat in the seat of his dad. He came out the loins, and the kingdom was established greatly. And one last verse, and you can go. One last verse. So now, just bump up to chapter 9. Watch it. Watch this right here. Watch this. I'll go for verse 1. And it came to pass when Solomon had finished the building of the house of the Lord, because he did say the prophecy was he's going to build a house for God. And he didn't want David to do it, so your son going to do it. And guess what? And it came to pass when Solomon had finished building the house of the Lord and the king's house, and Solomon's desire, which he was pleased to do, that the Lord appeared to Solomon the second time as he had appeared unto him at Gideon. Okay? So now, I just want to point out, we're talking about Solomon. Okay, and then verse 5 says, then I will establish the throne, God's talking to Solomon, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, Solomon. I'm talking to you, Solomon. I will establish your throne of thy kingdom upon forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man. Did the Most High say he was going to establish King Solomon's throne forever? So according to Captain Tazaryach, King Solomon is a mortal man. How can the throne be established forever? Well, Tazaryach, you got to argue that with your God, because your God said, I'm going to establish this mortal man's kingdom forever. 5 says, then I will establish the throne, God's talking to Solomon, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, Solomon talking to Solomon. I will establish your throne of thy kingdom upon forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. Brother, that was already fulfilled through Solomon. No further questions, Your Honor. Hey, yo, what? I'm trying to look for this other sound effect. Hold on. His other sound effect was what? Thank you. So Captain, the whole prophetical argument against Vocab, Unbiased Sports could debunk that in, how long was that? 1 minute? It'd have been done in 1 minute if that was me out there with this prophetical prophecy of 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12 and Acts 2:30. Acts 2:30. That would have been over. All right. Let me see. Wait. Okay. Let me see this is it right here. Let's see if this is it. What the hell was that? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, so that's wait. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for right here. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Okay. I will establish your throne of thy kingdom upon forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. Brother, that was already fulfilled through Solomon. No further
I mean, nobody was asking you any questions, but okay. So now, let's go back. And now let's really talk about this.
Oh, damn, we're going to really talk about it.
We go. You got to remember, I remember every scripture you pulled last time.
Yeah, he's
this
out
is where
of,
you're going to shoot yourself in the
bro.
foot. So before.
Listen to his response, yo. That caught him off guard. Oh, my God, yo. Listen to him, bro. He don't know what to say.
He was asking you any questions, but.
Talking to Solomon. Then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, Solomon. I'm talking to you, Solomon. I will establish your throne of thy kingdom upon forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. Brother, that was already fulfilled through Solomon. Bang, bang.
I mean, nobody.
All right, listen, it's Tazaryach now. Look how, like, he has nothing. He's out of words.
Asking you any questions, but okay. So now, let's go back. And now let's really talk about this.
Yeah.
We go. You got to remember.
Yo, he has nothing to say. Yo, let's really talk about this. Think. You got to remember, by time. He's caught off guard totally, yo. That was a bomb.
I remember every scripture you pulled last time. This is where you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. So before we move there, let's go back to Romans 2. So unless you're saying that this is a lie, we have
always do that. Yo, he has no response or me debunking that Acts chapter 2, verse 30 was talking about Jesus coming out David's loins, and 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12 was talking about Jesus coming from David's bowels. I clearly showed with biblical proof this is only referring to literally Solomon. Since Captain want to talk about this is a literal prophecy, well, guess what? You're right. King Solomon knew it was about him. We read that.
have to find out how this applies to Christ then. Because remember, inside of that chapter, it specifically brings up his seed. It specifically brings up his flesh.
Okay, so remember, they're under the impression that seed means sperm. Okay, that's the problem. And they hold everybody to that definition. I think this is when we're going to argue about seed. This is kind of boring, but it's necessary.
And nowhere is adoption mentioned in anything that.
Of course, my boy. And so, Judah, the so-called Negroes ain't mentioned in the Bible either. I mean, yo, they keep doing this. They keep saying only one West can express events in the Bibles without using biblical language. Only one West can do that. Everybody else, when you express the Bible, when you express your thoughts on the Bible and what's going on in the events, you gotta only read it chapter verse. He keeps saying the word adoption is in the Bible. It's actually there.
that you've received, it specifically brings up his flesh. And nowhere is adoption mentioned in anything that you've read. So when we read inside
Of course not. We're reading the prophecies, and Joseph is not mentioned either. See, that's the thing I'm saying about the goalposts and the standards. Dude, nothing I expressed, the word adoption was in there, and nothing Captain read in his prophecies was read Joseph. Joseph is not read in any prophecy concerning the birth of Jesus.
Of hold on, I went to Romans. I meant to go to Acts. When we read inside of Acts and we go to verse 30, therefore, being a prophet and knowing that God had sworn an oath to him that the fruit of his loins, which once again you said is physical genitalia, what comes out of the fruit, sperm, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on his throne. And now, the last time we spoke, we went to Romans. I went to Romans directly, right? And when I went to Romans, I read Romans 1 and 3, when it says, concerning his son Jesus Christ our Lord, which was made of the seed of David.
Seed of David. Right? What does seed mean, man? Because we see that he was made of the woman. He was made by the woman. So there's a seed there. That seed is woman, my boy.
According to the flesh.
Right.
You still cannot show me anywhere in anything that you pulled where this would be adoption. Everything is talking about contextually literal seed. Everything contextually is talking about from out the bowels.
So he just
even the scripture that you pulled in Luke when it says he shall sit, and you didn't want to read it last time. You stopped right before you finished the verse when it said.
All right, so he ran from the prophecy being fulfilled by King Solomon. So Acts 2 and 30, out of the loins, 1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12, that prophecy, literally, King Solomon acknowledged that he is the fulfillment of that prophecy. All right, so now he ran from that. So now we're going to argue the seed thing.
That he would sit on the throne of his father.
Yeah, I believe Minister Meach, I think he's at, he might be asleep because he's like the opposite time we're in. I don't know. So I think his time is 6 a.m. I forgot. So I know he'll be available at like in about 3 hours. So Vocab, if you around, my name is Unbiased Sports. If you're around in 3 hours, we could have like a little, round table discussion on this issue, this topic. Yep. So this is my debate with Captain Tazaryach on this.
David. You also then from there went to Revelations 22 and 16. Because remember, we were talking about what? David's offspring,
right.
Solomon.
Oh, now we're talking about offspring? So what's interesting is that how these guys say words like descendants and offsprings, but don't tie it to the word seed in context. It's like, if you take the word seed out and put offspring there, like I already gave that example to Israelites, it fits perfectly. If you take the word seed out and put descendants there, it fits perfectly. And in some cases, if you take the word seed out and put a son there, or a person's name, like a person, it fits perfectly. But if you take the word seed out and put sperm there, it never, only one instance that I can think of in the entire Bible where it works out, where sperm fits.
But what does Christ say about Solomon concerning himself? I, Jesus, this is verse 16, the verse you went to last time. Yeah. I, Jesus, have sent mine angels to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and offspring of David and the bright.
Now, when he goes there, he doesn't, listen, I'm so well versed on a virgin birth that it doesn't matter where he goes. Even Revelations 22 and 16, I think I'm going to go there with him. It's a rabbit hole, of course. But there's nowhere in the Bible concerning virgin birth where these guys have more understanding on the context of what's being said over me. Nothing. I had about 100 debates with these guys on the virgin birth. I debated everybody from Deacon to Captain Tazaryach to Captain Tazaryach to Hassad to you name it. And even the smaller groups, those guys, I debated all the leaders of the smaller groups and even the peasants. And it's the same circular arguments. Nothing is like really new.
Right, and morning star. So when we look at everything, offspring is direct.
You know what's crazy? Like indirectly, like they help educate me on some things. Like they'll read a chapter and verse that actually supports me. And I'll be like, wait a minute, that sounds like I could use that. And then when they get done, I take that same chapter and verse and use it for me to support the virgin birth.
Descendant. Seed and flesh are physical. Out of the bowels, it all points towards
He
Christ.
said seed is physical. No, it's not, because it's always used in the future tense. Or as a person, or as an actual person. I can show you Genesis chapter 4. When matter of fact, let's go there. Where seed is used in a singular tense and is dealing with a man or a child. Watch this. I believe it's 5. Look at this. No, it's 4. It's 4. It's 4. Okay. I think it is 5. Is it? Okay, it's 4. Okay, here we go. Verse 25. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son and called his name Seth. For God said, she hath appointed me another sperm instead of Abel, whom Cain slew. For God says, she have appointed me another child instead of Abel, who Cain slew. You see? So seed in this context means child. In most cases, it's either singular for child or it's plural for children. Offspring, descendant. See? Seed, child. And that's Zera. Zera. All right, let's move on.
Now, Solomon's kingdom wasn't forever. Christ is fulfilling this. But guess what? That means he has to.
Solomon kingdom did last forever. And I think I addressed that. But if I didn't, let me address it now. Okay, so the way a kingship lasts forever with carnal people, with people, flesh and blood, it lasts through your children, descendants, offspring, seed. The way your kingdom lasts forever is through your seed. Or seeds, it's through your seed, right? Seeds, seed. That's how your kingdom lasts forever. You die, your son take over. He dies, his son take over. That's how Kingdom Solomon throne lasted forever. Jesus, who's not flesh and blood, can have a kingdom last forever just through him. But flesh and blood kingdom lasts forever is through their seeds. God, that's so easy.
To fulfill everything else that comes with it. And there's nothing inside any of those prophecies concerning adoption. That's something you kept adding last time.
Like you guys add your words. Like
everything's not pointing towards adoption, since we see according to
seed. Show me in the Bible where it said the tribe of Judah, the so-called Black Americans, or so-called Negroes. Show me that. Show me where Naphtali is the Mexicans, or whatever y'all be doing. Show me where Benjaminites are the Haitians and Levites are the Jamaicans. You read that in the Bible, since we want to do that. Read that in the Bible.
Seed, which that word is sperma.
All right, so this is where he messed up at. And this is where they all mess up at. They use Greek terms and they read certain things in Greek and biblical Greek, and they don't understand biblical Greek. So when now mind you, I don't go to the Greek unless they go there first, because that's a huge advantage for me. But when they go there, sometimes I might spare them and I might not go. But for him, his arrogance, I went there.
Since everything's not pointing towards adoption, since we see according to seed, which that word is sperma, and we see everything is fruit of thy loins, I'm going to ask you the same question that I
Is that David's sperm? Like, that's what vocab says. Is that David's sperm?
asked last time. Then how was that prophecy fulfilled through Christ if you're saying he doesn't have a physical father? Because the scriptures is saying, according to his flesh, he's made of the sperm of David.
It didn't say sperm. Yeah, so you add it again. It does not say he's from the sperm of David. That's and if he was, he would be David's literal biological son. Objector, you added that there, but it's okay. I forget.
No, I did.
Okay, so why do you think
is that word sperma Greek or not?
Sperma is Greek, but
so when it said in Romans 1, is that word sperma or not?
It's not.
So in Romans 1 and 3, it's not sperma?
It's not sperma.
Let's go look at it.
Hey, I'm just laughing. All right, hey, running for. I'm just laughing. I'm laughing because I love doing this to them. He said he's gonna prove that the word in Romans 1 and 3 in the Greek is sperma. In the text of receptors. Okay. Matter of fact, in no Greek does it say sperma. Watch. Just look at that.
I'm going to open up my Blue Letter Bible.
Yeah. Do you read Greek, by the way?
I'm gonna pull up the lexicon. Romans chapter 1, verse 3, interlinear concordance. Right. We're going to drop down to seed, and it says.
Wait. Okay, let me pause real fast because I want to look at a Facebook inbox, but I don't want to share it. Hold on. I want to see in case somebody hit me. Let me see what Jeremiah Judah sent me. I'm gonna take a look at that in a minute, Jeremiah Judah. I don't want it to be heard on the live. All right. So let me get back. Okay, cool. So let me get back. So he's going to prove sperma is in a text. Okay.
Sperma. It said G4690. A minute ago, you just said this word is not sperma.
It's not.
I just said it is sperma. Clearly, it is sperma.
No, it's not.
So are you saying that this lexicon is lying?
No, I'm saying you're reading it wrong.
How am I reading it wrong when that's directly what it says inside the blue letter I just went to?
Okay, so are you looking at where it says the seed?
I'm in Romans chapter 1, verse 3, and you just said not sperma. I'm reading it. It says sperma.
No. If you click on it, right? If you go to tools and click on it, and you go to in the English on the left side, it says the seed. And then on the right of it, it says G4690. And then on the right, there's 3 words. Do you see those 3 words?
I'm looking at them.
Okay, so you got 1 that's in Greek. English, and you got 2 in Greek. Okay, so now the bottom says sperma, and the one above it says sperma. But the one above that, what does that say?
I'm not there with you. I clicked on it to say sperma because that's what it says.
You got time. Go back.
It says sperma.
No, that's what it says. But that's not what it is. I want you to look at it yourself.
Then why is sperma there?
Well, after you look at it, I'm going to tell you. Do you see the 3 words? I'm waiting for you to go back. So I got to do this little trick. I'm getting feedback. A piece. Hierarch Charm, Peace Indigenous, Tone G, T Miles. Let me let me just, it's weird. The way Zoom can be act up. So Zoom is better than StreamYard, but there's certain advantages StreamYard got over Zoom. For one, it's a streaming service, right? So it don't take much data, but believe me, Zoom got a lot of perks for it. For one, it's cheaper. All right. Back.
I'm waiting for you to explain it.
Okay. That's why I asked you, do you read Greek? So in all the words, you're going to click on the pronunciation. It's going to give you the nominative case. So they call it the vocabulary word of your English language. All right, that's it. So they're not going to pronounce every inflection. So the actual word, so sperma is the root. But the actual word in Romans 1 and 3 is the word up top. That's spermatas. I
see it.
Right. That's the word. Now, if you go back to, now go scroll up to the text of the Receptors, and you'll see the word spermatized right before David. Which, so if you go to look at David, the triangle is a D, by the way. That's why I actually do you read Greek, because I do. So if you go right before, right.
I
so
can see it clear as day, and that's not negating my point at all.
Right. Well, I did. You're wrong then. It's not sperma, it's spermatized. So you're wrong. The word sperma is not there in the Greek, in the passage. That's the whole point. You dig? I'm being petty like you be petty. Remember, he said the word adoption wasn't in what you read. Okay, well, the word sperma is not read in the Greek in Romans 1 and 3. The word sperma is not there. I said it does not say sperma, it says spermatos. Big difference.
It's not a big difference, because even in the root, telling you, and I'll tell you why. Because when you go and look at the context, once again, earlier you said that bowels and loins is the what?
It comes from a man or woman, both, but it comes from a person.
But we weren't talking about a woman, so why would you bring a woman?
Because you just said where it comes from. I wanted to clarify, because you said bowels come from what? I said a man, and I want to establish a woman, but we're talking about a man. You're right. We're talking about a man.
Okay, but why don't you? So why then would you try to be deceitful and move to a woman if we're talking about a man?
He just asked me a blanket question. When you say bowels and loins, what it refers to, if we're being honest, it's both sexes. It's a woman and man. In the Bible, a woman got bowels too. That's like your stomach. I mean, women have loins. So, I mean, but I'm being deceived. I'm clarifying, it's both. But if you want to just speak about David's bowels, obviously it's a man at that point. But bowels, my point, what I'm trying to express to the brother, is that bowels is not a man thing only. Okay.
Like I think you're a little bit more intelligent than that, brother.
Right, of course. So now let me respond to.
So if you're a little bit more intelligent than that, then why don't you stay right with me? Because when you go and you look, it's going to give you the context. So once again, now you didn't answer my question. If we're talking about a man, and the loins and bowels would be what? You said it earlier. Fill in the blank.
That would be the man. I think genital parts. Come here.
So when we're talking about the seed of a man's genital parts, that's the sperm, which is why it happens to say sperma in the root. Yes.
No, I disagree.
When you talk about the seed that comes out of a man's bowels, that's sperm. That's the seed of a man.
So when it talks about things come out the woman's bowels and loins, that also sperm?
We're not talking about a woman. Why do you keep bringing up a woman if we're bringing up David? You eliminated Mary earlier. If you didn't eliminate Mary, then you can talk about women. We're talking about a man right now.
Okay, can I respond or no?
I mean, you can respond, like, and this is what I mean. Like the last time, and this is very disingenuous of you, because the last time I spoke to you, I kept showing you and proving to you that this had nothing to do with adoption, and you kept bringing up adoption.
Yes,
now we're talking about men, and you want to move to women. Why can't you ever focus on what I'm saying?
No, I'm not moving to women. I was establishing a fact that men, according to the Bible, men and women have loins and bowels. So now let me address what you said. So seed does not mean sperm. So if you guys can go to, and I'm gonna address Revelations in a second. If you guys can go,
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
if you guys can go to, do you read the Apocrypha?
Yeah, I read the Apocrypha.
Okay. So everybody go, well, you probably don't have this. So everybody, you got to go to a King James 1611 Bible, right? Or just Google the Apocrypha or whatever. You probably don't got one. Okay, so I want you and everybody to go to second. I want you and everybody to go to Second Ezra, because you think seed means sperm. Okay, no problem. So I want everybody to go to Second Ezra, chapter 3, verses 19. I'm going to read. I want you and everybody to. All right, so I'm gonna end it right here because I gotta go and it's long as hell. I'm gonna finish up with Minister Meach helping me go over this. All right, so I'm gonna end it right here because the second part, we're going to see sperm thing, is going to be kind of boring, drawn out, because the guy don't understand his reading. So I'm gonna wait for that one because I'm leaving right now. So I'll be back on probably like 3 hours. We are serious Monopoly players. So we're gonna get the Monopoly in, you dig? And I'm gonna start getting dressed, get my son dressed to head out. Because if I get there early, we could finish with our Monopoly game and give you back. Because sometimes I always go when it's late. Well, not late, but I always go when we come back late. And he'd be like tortured because he's up. Dig? So let me end it right now before we get to the seed thing. This is important. So I hope you guys are taking notes and challenge yourself. Go out there and talk to some of these guys, go to their club, how things, and present these arguments. And it doesn't matter if you can't really defend the argument that well, still do it because you're perfected. So when I play chess and I'm studying like an opening or some moves or attack or a combination, and when you're in a real game and that opportunity presents itself, you're gonna get most of it down packed, but then you'll forget at some point and screw it up and lose. Okay, and that's okay. That you learn from that, and then you eventually get it where you don't mess up. You'll get it. And speaking on that, so let me show you real fast. So again, I'm done with the recap. I'm just gonna show you what I mean here. Okay. All right. So the reason I can move fast is because of experience. I'm gonna move fast from this guy. Definitely. That's a pre-move. I know he's gonna do. Dig. He's confused. Yeah, I don't want to take that. Not yet. Not yet. Let me buy some time. Here, and then we're nowhere. It ain't gonna work. Here, same thing. He's good. That's not gonna work. All right. We go here then. Let me go there then, since I had nowhere else to go. Now look at the time difference. I should have bended that move. What you gonna do? What you're gonna do? What you're gonna do? Oh, he gave me the wow, he gave me the knight versus bishop. Wow. How kind is he? So I gotta go here first. I can't let him do his move. If he let me go here first, I'm gonna win anyway. If I go here, he's really done. Now look at the time. I'm up a whole minute now. That's bad. Right? Yeah, that's bad. Because I could win just off on time. Okay, so I knew he would come over here. So let me go right here. I'm not ready to put this up here first. I want to go here first. So he's not gonna let me do it. Oh yeah, okay. Nah, I don't know what that was, but he let me do it. He let me do it. Thank you. No. 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 Down. No, no, no. Down. Yeah, he realized he messed up. So knight goes. No, I can't do that. Damn it. Nah. It's not gonna work, buddy. Okay, so let me just slide over here. See what he's up to. Let me just slide over here. All right, so let me see with my knight. Okay, so my knight. Yeah, he's stuck in limbo. So knight can go here, here. All right, so knight goes here. Oh, here. Okay. Here, I'm gonna get rid of this guy. The game's over. Go here next. Now this was a big mistake because he can go there to attack my knight. And that would be a good move. Stop. All right, so he's at 6 minutes, so he's down 2 minutes now. If I could get my if I took that, I actually can win this game if I get this rook here. If I get this rook here, then there, without him taking my knight, I can win this game. All right. All right, so I got the first part down. Okay. I don't know what that was. Okay, I see. All right, so he got to move this. So he stole a pawn, but he's going to lose the game. Right back at you, buddy. You take that, he lost. Right back at you, buddy. Now I'm up 3 minutes. This guy's from Finland. Yeah, so right back at you. I'm going here next. That's a check. He lucky he went here because this was a fork. Take that rook. He take this knight, he lost. He can't leave his queen here. I take the queen if it stays there. So he's done. He cannot protect this. His king gonna be wide open. Come on, dude. He's so lucky he put that bishop right here. Oh my, had he put it back here? No, if he put it here, he was done. Ugh. Yeah, he's down 4 minutes now. There's no way he can win. At this point, I just can trade pieces with him. I'll win just off time. So here's the problem. When you go down time, you're gonna be pressured to, so before he had this big time disadvantage, he had the liberty to think out his moves before, properly plan out before he execute his plans. Now, when you're down on time, you're not afforded the right to think out your plans to make sure they work 100%. He has to think his plans out. Well, he can't. He can't do it sufficiently. So he's gonna think them out on haphazardly, and he's just gonna cross his fingers and hope they work out. Okay, so he pretty much quit. 3 minutes left. He's not gonna move again. You see, I got Macaulay Culkin as my oh my god. He's actually still playing. He's actually still playing. This is free. Queen attacks that. Okay. He blocked me out for now. I take that. He takes that. I got nothing right now. Yeah, so now, and this guy, he's out the game right here. He's out the game. Now he's down 2 minutes. Now watch. Once he goes to 1 minute, he's gonna start making the worst mistakes possible because he doesn't have the time to think. And there he is, making the worst mistakes possible. I called it. Oh, no. Are you serious? I go here. He's gonna come over here. Okay. Oh no, I can't do that. Whoa, I almost lost my. Whew. All right, so let me just come here for protection. Then I'm gonna take this. I don't even need that, to be honest. I got the check now because I just blocked the queen out. He's done. No, buddy. Really? Oh, really? Are you fancy, huh? You fancy, huh? $28 seconds. See, he's out. Check. Now, how that? No? Check right here. I said check, man. All right. Let me do that. Give me that. Bye-bye. Damn more. His time ran out. That's how it works. I had so we started with 10 minutes. I had basically 4 minutes left over. So that's how it is, man. See how that's how it is with debating. You try it out. It doesn't work. Like him, he tried out stuff. There's one more. He tried out stuff, it didn't work. And this ain't my best opener right here. This ain't my best defense. This is called the oh, okay. Since you want me to take it, so why did I put the knight here? Why I do that? Why I go? Why? That was retarded. That was definitely a lack of focus right there. Oh, he messed up right there. Okay. Yeah, that was certainly a lack of focus. Let me go over here. Let's see what he does. Okay, I kind of expected that. Let me take that then. Really? Let me go here. Are you serious? Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that's some BS, yo. I did not mean to take the move back. That is some BS. That is some BS, yo. I did not mean to do that. That is crazy, yo. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, it's over. I messed up. Yeah, I did not mean to do that. That is crazy, yo. Yeah, this game I'm gonna lose. Yeah, I lost this game. Yeah, I didn't mean to take that move back. Okay, so this guy's extra. I'm gonna pick that one. I did not mean to put my piece back. Yeah, he ain't wanna play again. Yeah, like most people, they'll take their win and leave. I did not mean to put that move back. That was some BS. I was looking to see what was going on. So when you move a piece, you got to put it exactly back where it was, or that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I did not mean to put that piece to retreat. I was going to capture the damn knight. That shit pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. Definitely pissed me off. Let me get that. That's and he gonna play aggressive like he had like dude. I didn't mean to put my damn piece back. What's that? What's that? Okay, all right, all right. He's being aggressive. That's okay. Move. Why he just take it? Check. Let me check with that. What's up? Are you serious? I don't know how that helps you out, but whatever. Whatever floats your boat. Yeah, but you see, I had explained that First Samuel chapter 7, verse 12 to Captain Tazaryach. He left it alone, and Captain Tazaryach was holding that over Vocab Malone's head as though that was some key, you know. Are you on a queen side castle? Oh wow, you're fancy. NBBL. Oh, yeah, I was just thinking that. I said, yo, Magnus got to be losing because he plays bullet and then slow game. So when I play 1 minute games, and then when I go to slow, oh my God, I'll be terrible. Yeah, okay. Watch his next move. 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 Bye-bye. You lost, dude. You lost your bishop. Goodbye. Just take the pawn. Just take, give me. Take the pawn. Just hold the L, dude. Just hold the L. Just hold the L. He from Brazil. I don't know who is MVL. Yeah, I know it got to be hard to go to slow, to bullet, to slow. Dude, hold the L. This bishop. So I played the Sicilian Dragon. That's what's supposed to have been, but it doesn't want to name it that for whatever reason. Yeah, they call it the modern bishop attack. But I haven't played this in a long time. Like this is my backup opening. I play the French defense. I'm serious. If you look at my games, they're all my serious games are French defense. And this ain't my rating, by the way. This is my oh boy, man, you just messing up. Go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it. What? No, I don't give up. Oh, I know what you want to do. You know what? I'll let you take that. You can have that. You can have that. Let me just have this. Was that a fair trade? This pawn is killing me. What? Okay. Okay. Hey, quit. That's the last one for real. All right. Now I play the King's Gambit and Queen's Gambit. So I'm gonna play the King's Gambit. Now this should be over very quickly. So the King's Gambit is way more. He accepted too. King's Gambit accepted. This is way more. This is what I teach my kids. I teach them if they're aggressive playing kids. I teach them King's Gambit. If they're not so aggressive, more tactical, I teach them Queen's Gambit. Don't check me. Don't check me. Don't do that. Oh, he checked. Oh, that's the amateur. Look at this guy. I was going there anyway. You helped me out, stupid. How you? Can I get my piece back right here, man? No? Okay, I can't have my piece back. All right, I'll get it later. I'll get it later. Watch this. Watch this. Can I have that queen, please? So since I can't have my pawn, can I have the queen? You better take this first, or you might not even get that. Okay, it's last game and we out. We're gonna play Monopoly. Come on, man. Hold the L. So yeah, this is what I mean by like knowing. This is why I say you gotta be good debaters or whatever you're good at. Yeah, that was smart to take that first. I guess. What about that? Yeah, I'm going here for the check. You best believe that. You gotta give me something, my boy. You gotta give me. I'm taking this. I'm taking something. I'm taking this. What? Oh, you want to check me? I don't get that. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I see you. All right. So you saying if I take this, you saying if I take this, you'll take me? All right. So let me guess. If I bring my queen right here, you're gonna protect there? Oh no, you can't. You got okay, yeah. Yeah, so let me just pin your knight for your bishop. One of those guys ain't be able to capture back. Right? Yeah, so let me eliminate any counterattack you got. This is over. Yeah, so but when I teach my kids, I teach them these openings because a person with an opening is going to be far more successful, smart without an opening in the long run. Like sometimes I lose to people without, oh my God, is this fool crazy? What about him? What about him? What about him? You see what I'm saying? What about him? I knew you would do that, but you didn't know I would do that. He can't move. And your knight can't attack my queen, so you know what I'm saying? Like that's where you should quit. There you go, smart guy. All right. Let me see any comments, and then we out, man. We out. We are out. I'm gonna play. Like I said, we're gonna do a review on Cop that a little later. Finish that review. But wait till I show my Hassad debate. You want to talk about disingenuous? Oh my God. All right, yo, we out. So SMH. That's a Eric. Peace, man. Every time I try to tag you.